Cool. So, last time you guys were back in road, giving off a report. Basically about how things had gone down. Before that, though, you decided to take a little trip through town, get some shopping done, and get some of the things you needed, and went to a tavern to, relax a bit. Naturally, being you guys, a fight was started. Because it's just how you guys roll. And,
Yeah.
it turned out that, for once, though, there was some validation to it in the sense that those that you fought seemed to be spies of none other than a certain warforge operating outside of the Mornland and being inside the Mornland. You gave off your reports, both in terms of where you have been, defining the tavern, and also met one of the city mages that was meant to protect. One who did not seem to have a lot of respect for, well, any one of you. During the talks inside the castle with the king and his court, you saw a glimpse of some of the political debacle that happens in Breland. Since the king is technically in charge, he still has to answer to the council, to a certain degree at least. And some of these council members were very much opposing of him. After long talk back and forth, some questioning to you guys, it was declared that you were to be considered heroes of the land, and as such were given an area to the far east, close to the Mornland, where you would be able to operate from. And it was the hope of the king and the court that you'll be able to once again make that area of the land prosper, as right now was not doing so well. Castle Kenron were to be your destination. You were being asked by the court and the king to investigate the Mornland and the recent attacks and raids coming from in there. You were charged with investigating why now, who was behind it, stop it if possible. The main objective, at least, were to gain information as to who was it that was operating from inside the Mornland, why, and if it was indeed possible to stop them. As we ended, you guys had just said your farewells, I could say, inside the castle. You did see Mikhail just giving a slight wave to you guys, getting some glares in return from yours truly. And as you exit out of the castle, that's basically where we're going to start. Right after the meeting with the king and the court, and you guys just stand outside there now.
I have a question.
Mm-hmm.
Last time, I don't even remember what happened, but I do remember that I wasn't there at the end. I think it was my sister's birthday and I had to go. I would have liked to ask the male twin something.
Sure.
Would he still be inside? Then I would have just done it before we walk out.
Yeah. Ilera went over and talked to him as well. You would, of course, be able to do the same.
Right. Then I would have... yeah, I mean, she can hear. It wouldn't really matter. I would ask him after Ilera is done talking. Where is Noporex right now?
He looks at you for like a few seconds and goes, well, technically, that is classified information by this point. He is an interesting character, but he has agreed to cooperate and has been doing so. If everything goes right, he will be granted a new identity to protect him. And in return for him being protected and hidden, will serve the Berlin nation.
There is something that only he can help me with. And we were separated very abruptly at the end.
DM question. Would this information also be like secret for my rank?
Well, you haven't been told.
No. I mean,
And you're not there.
I'm not. I know. I'm not there, but I'm just wondering my rank in this
You
scenario.
haven't been told.
Okay.
What is it that you need assistance with?
There is a spell that he cast while we were, well, in the city. And I have something of his, and I want to offer him a deal. But I believe he would prefer if that stays between me and him.
Yes, he probably would. There's a slight problem. He has asked that his identity and location be hidden from you guys as well.
How about, since I
He
know
made
that
it
he can
clear
teleport,
he made it clear that when you needed him, you would be skilled enough to find him.
I suppose that's true. I thought asking you might be a faster option.
Well, as much as I would like to assist you on that, he knows and are capable a lot more of what he says. Of that, we have no doubt. So, if he has demanded that anyone who wishes to speak to him find them by their own skill, who am I to go against that?
Okay.
I'm sure you will be able to find him. Unfortunately, it cannot be with my assistance, since a deal is a deal.
Okay.
So I cannot tell you where he is, but he's definitely not anywhere but road. Good luck.
Very glad to have you back.
Happy to be back.
And I'm gonna walk off.
Anyone else wish to speak with anyone before leaving the castle?
Nope.
Ready.
All right, well, then as you're getting escorted outside of the castle,
Escorted.
more like just, come this way.
Yeah.
The day is yours. You've been told that the caravan with supplies and Duran will be waiting for you tomorrow morning to go towards the castle.
Oh god, that's not a lot of time.
It's basically use some tavern time. You've been at the meeting.
No.
it's like you have a day.
I know that I promised Alera too that we would go to Baylor's and Guilford's goods. But before that, there's one thing that I would need to do in the library. So I would, if no one wants to come with me, then I would just, do that by myself.
Are you guys following, or is he just... No. Okay.
I probably I think Lona would want to tag along onto the library.
All right. Then we'll go to the library.
I will head back towards the air vessel and have some last things handled off.
Okie dokie. All right. The rest of you two, what are you guys gonna do?
I'm just gonna walk around the city. Nothing specific. Just have a walk.
Okie dokie.
For a nice quiet spot.
Well, down the left corner in the gardens, there is a nice quiet spot if you need it.
I'll make my way. I'll make my way to.
Oh my god!
Fuck off!
I'll go to guards there in the garden.
You're going to the, how many guys are in the garden? There's a few posts in there to just keep order, but it's like, the easy posting, so they're not really that many or that engaged. They're just there to show that, hey, if you need help, then we're here.
Are there any blind spots?
Make a perception check. Looking around the edge of the forest and moving in a bit, and yeah, pretty sure that you actually managed to find one, almost like in the middle of the forest. It seems like everyone is like congregated out in the outskirts, and there's no one in here, so feel pretty much out of sight.
All right.
So okay, not ominous at all. Narendra.
I'm gonna make my way to the wand store. To the store called the wand.
Okie dokie.
See if they have something interesting there.
Alright, let's just we'll go one by one then. Gecko, Eladio. No, not even Eladio. Jesus.
Got him. I knew you would say Eladio next.
Jeremy
Yeah.
and Lona, what are you guys doing in the library?
Right. Are you looking for anything specific or just tagging along?
I'm mainly tagging along. I wanted to check in with the librarian if she could, or he could recognize the books that I have.
Oh, that's a good example. Idea. Right. I mean, I have a lot of books too from the insides of the chambers from the Ice Queen. They are probably better served here than in my bag of holding.
So you wanted to give it to the...
No.
Sell it?
Well, we will find out. But
No.
for first things first, I would like... Do you remember the spell that Noporex cast to create this snowman of his?
Oh, yeah.
What I know about it is that he took some ice and snow, and he created a little person. He put a ruby in the little person, and it became a big person. And then it did everything that he wanted it to do. Now, I want to find out what spell that is.
It's called Simulacrum.
Does her character know that?
Yes, I asked him. I asked him when he did it, and I asked him, like, what kind of spell is that? And he called it was a Simulacrum spell.
That's actually true. She did.
Yeah.
Oh, that's convenient. Well, that's so.
And
You surprise him so much, it's just interesting.
now he's lagging out.
Yep.
Oh, but at least he looks happy. Oh, you're back. Hello.
Oh, yes, I'm very happy. This saves me a lot of time.
Oh no.
Oh no. I'm back again. Now I should be completely back. All right, I fixed my internet, I think. Well, that's actually very helpful. Is there in the library like description of spells, alphabetical?
I mean, there are books on spells, yeah. I mean, you can look for yourself, or you can ask one of the librarians walking around if they.
Right.
Or you can just,
That's fair.
do it yourself if you want.
I would go to the information section.
Sure. Like right in the middle, there's like a counter area where there's like two younger people just sitting there, looking like they're bored out of their fucking mind.
Hello, I am looking for a illusion spell, which is called Simulacrum.
Over there, row 14.
You sure it's there? Yes. Thank you very much. And I go look.
You just sit there, like. You can see some of the older ones are walking around inside and these two just sit there.
Mm-hmm.
It just seems to just be placed there for, well, if anyone has questions. Like if
Donna,
you
do
need
you
help,
want
ask
to help
one of
me?
the ones walking around. There's an old lady over there somewhere.
I know an old lady. Okay.
Yeah, like you see, like the library is huge, and the area kind of like points you down to where 14 is like pretty far down, and like you see like further rows down, there is indeed an older lady walking around in just like almost like black attire that looks like a cross between a a priest and a librarian. It's like very, very dry and boring. And this old lady who's just putting things up and putting things down and going around with a little cart.
Go to the old lady. Hello. I am looking for a spell, description of a spell. The spell is called Simulacrum, and I believe it is an illusion spell.
Kind of like looks at you up and down and goes, well, we do have some books on different kinds of spells, of course, but the one in question is not for teaching. It is a spell that is deemed too powerful for normal reading, if that makes sense. It's locked away, but we do have books about more powerful spells, and the idea about illusionism. And she just keeps rambling on.
I have someone here who has access to classified information with me, and I point towards Lona.
She looks over towards Lona and then like takes these like spectacles up that makes her eyes just go like 10 times the size and go, oh!
Hello, Mrs.
Follow me. She kind of like takes the card and goes, and you know, one of those trolley cards if you go to a supermarket where one of the wheels never work and it kind of like a loyal goes just and keeps like slipping out and she keeps like fighting it the whole way. Mm-hmm. And you find out that the way that she's going, it's like she's purposely taking the long road. Like you guys are going very slow. Like think Tomb Raider with that old guy walking around with the trays, like going really fucking slow.
I could cast haste on her.
It would probably look hilarious. She would probably break bones, but you know.
No, let's not fuck this up.
A good solid 10 minutes later.
Yeah.
Like,
I'm trying.
like
When we walk,
a vault.
I want to try to look like if she has a badge with her name on.
She just Ella.
Ella. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So this is what was the spell?
Simulacrum.
So you're just like sitting there, standing there like, what school of magic?
I believe illusion.
Could it be conjuring?
It's just that the one who
Well,
cast
it would help if you knew which school it was.
Make an Arcana check.
No, I think it is illusion because he's a very the person who we saw cast it is very skilled in illusion spells. That's why it would be my first guess.
Alright. Well. Sure. Kind of like takes out her little key and begins fiddling with the lock area and opens it up. And as you come in, you see like the tomes that are here are all like individually also locked in. Let me just see here. What would she know? She kind of like begins going through. She goes all like have a long list, which kind of like goes through and goes. The illusionary, yes, quite powerful. What is it that you wish to know?
I wish to read it.
Do one need a reason to read your books that you are lending out in a library?
You should always have a reason to read a book. If you're just reading a book for reading it, then you're not really reading it.
I wish to read it to find out exactly what the spell does and how it works.
She kind of like looks over at you, Lona. What kind of permission do you have in terms of a spell like this? These are locked away for a reason. They are quite powerful and potentially dangerous.
And we are assigned to a powerful and a dangerous situation that we need to take care of, as we will want to be prepared for that.
Make a persuasion check. Here's of the dice. 1.
Yeah, I mean, Lona is rolling, so.
I mean, does Ella know that I am, like, I didn't show my badge, so she kind of just, assumed, I guess, or
You can show
knew
the
it.
badge.
Yeah. I was like, while I said that, I also showed the bags just in case. I don't know if she knew me. She was like, yeah, okay, follow me.
I imagine that you showed the badge before.
Yeah,
Well,
yeah, exactly. That's why I was like
Yeah.
confused about it. Let's see. Sweet. Oh my god!
I mean, I expected nothing less and nothing more.
well, anyone could say that, I suppose.
We didn't get a copy of the deal that we made with the king, of the mission that we've been given.
No, that would be with Durand for that it had to be ratified and written in legally, and it would be ready for you in the morning.
Right. Is there a way for you to contact Durand in the Citadel? Maybe through a sending spell, something of the sort? I'm sure you have forms of communication here.
He's not just a man that you interrupt because someone is curious about strong magic.
No, but he would tell you that we need this information and you should give it to us. So we can either interrupt him or you can help us.
I mean, if I'm to help you, maybe you can help me?
What do you need help with then?
I'm thinking. Well, the library could always use some donations. to expand our knowledge.
I may have something.
Yeah.
I was actually coming here as well to ask you if you would know anything about these kind of books, and I pull out my 3 books. Outside Influences, Mental Strain of Symbiosis, and that the children's storybook. Have you ever heard or seen anything like this?
It's kind of like looks at the book and like tosses them over and over. These are quite pristine. Where have you managed to find these?
In a very dangerous and I mean, yeah, very dangerous place. One that we are going to next as well.
And so you say. What else you got?
This is the ones that I got. So, have you ever seen them, or do you know of them?
Well, one of them is for old children's stories. It is rare to find, especially in a condition like this. It has been seen before, but a very prime example. The others are interesting. Definitely different.
What were they called again, Lona?
Outside Influences and Mental Strain of Symbiosis. And I don't know the children's book. It's just a children's story book.
Well, the symbiosis one is not that old, and I would say that science in it is probably outdated by now. It's not a field that many do with, so interesting. The other one is quite old, but in surprisingly good condition. Well, I tell you what, I can read what it says here about the Michalcom, and you can take notes, yes?
You're muted,
Sorry.
Gecko.
Yeah, I just realized. Oh, I cut off. God damn it. God damn it. God, the perfect time every time. Alright. I would prefer reading it to myself. And from what I've seen, all of these books are basically unavailable to find anywhere else. So I would even say that any of these is worth this. And alternatively, we're just wasting mine and Durant's time, and I will have to walk all the way back to the Citadel, and I will have to find him, and I will have to contact him, and then I walk all the way back here with an order of his.
He cut out again, didn't he?
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
there we go.
just at the end.
Make a persuasion check. Or intimidation, if whatever you wish.
Could I help by saying, like, as you tell yourself, these books are very rare and very pristine condition, which shows that we are entangled with places that not many people go. Also would, prove and maybe at least strengthen our claims that we are in need of these kind of spells to prevail in our dangerous journeys.
And if you help, then we would be more inclined to bring further books that we find to this exact location in the future.
Well, in truth, I wouldn't mind if Duran came and visited, just to confirm, of course, but I suppose I will go see him later and get the confirmation and hope for your sake that it is okay. Fine. Here. I kind of like hands you the book. Which is basically a short description of several high-level illusionary spells.
I would look for simulacrum and then find the information that it has on it.
Okay.
Okay, so it's basically I get the spell description that's pretty exact.
Pretty much.
Okay. All right. Well, I would transcribe this into my diary.
You do get one interesting little piece of nugget that would perhaps say something about Seraphon. It does say in this that, at least to the knowledge that they have, that the usual casting time of this spell is 12 hours.
Right. And he casts it in like seconds or a minute? Or minutes?
He did it in like a minute.
Yeah, exactly. Okay. All right, perfect. Thank you very much. This is exactly what we needed. I do have some other things that might interest you, but not for free, obviously. Naturally.
Obviously.
We, a group that I was part of entered the far north. And up there's an ice queen called Oriel. The ice queen.
The Frost Maiden, yeah.
Right. We entered the chambers of the Frost Maiden and had access to her treasure, you could say. And a part of her treasure Alright, there we go.
Like, the internet in Germany is really shit, huh?
Apparently, yeah.
You ended on part of her treasure.
And part of her treasure consisted of books. And I'm gonna take out the book Blood of Vol, the Dark Six, and the different religions and cults of Corvair.
If you pull out the Blood of Wolves, he's like, seen this one. It's not uncommon. The religion and the cursed way of living in that particular area of Corvair is common knowledge. She kind of like takes the book, if you let her, and just kind of like looks it over back and forth. Well, it does seem to have some interesting, more detailed description. Not a bad found. The other one was, sorry?
The book on the Dark Six.
Right, the counter to the base religion that is in Corvair, and in Berlin it's not that common. We're not as religious as other places like Frame, for example, or in to some measure Ole as well, but well, to dumb it down, no offense, but just swallow my spit, sorry.
Don't breathe in liquid energy.
Well, while she's dying, in front of your eyes.
Are you okay?
No! These fucking dusty book, what do you think?
I press to digitate the dust around her face away.
Well, you find out that she's actually black instead of wearing the book. Looks it over like a few times. Well, it can best be explained, Tuck, in the sense of good and evil. The Dark Six are, in some ways, representing evil. It's more grey than that. Don't get me wrong. It usually is coming with religion, and the followers of these particular Dark Six would probably not see themselves as that. Well, one of them would probably, but nonetheless, it's a book about religion and the different religions of the more questionable ones. However, it is common knowledge, but as far as I can see from the book, riddled in with more precise describing and more detailed describing than what many of them would have. Again, a worthy find. And the last book?
The last book is The Different Religions and Cults of Corvair.
Pretty sure Render was that book.
Sorry?
Pretty sure I had it.
Pretty
Did
sure
you
borrowed-
write it down?
Yeah.
Oh. What books do you guys have? Because I have 4 in my inventory. I have Silver Flame, Blood of Vol, Dark Six, Different Religions, and Cults of Corvair. That's the 4 that I have.
I have a nameless one about demons that we found in the library in the city.
Right.
I thought the Religions and Cults of Corvair, and right now the book Outshore.
Okay. Well, let's just say you have it. Then I would just say, actually, I thought I had it, but apparently it's not here. As I grab at my bag of holding, thinking of the different cults and religions of Corvair, and I'm like, where is it? A friend of mine must have this one.
Well,
I could bring it by at a later time. They have some different books as well.
let's start with the 2 here, shall we? What's your offer?
What's my offer?
Yeah.
What is your offer?
I asked first.
Nah, I offer you name the press.
Then
And
come with
to
an
be
offer.
completely fair, I have absolutely never done this before, and I have no idea how much these might be worth.
Well,
Oh!
no, that's not completely true. Ella, what we
I
are.
don't believe this wasn't your concern, old lady. So if you will just,
Well, I also offered you some books, and I think that
yeah,
since we are.
we'll talk about them in a second. Young man, these books are quite common, I'm afraid, and
Mm-hmm. This is a very nice
Aren't-
try. You've already
aren't-
said how rare they are.
no, I said that they were common with a bit of extra details in it. It's like, the author's commentary kind of thing.
Mm-hmm. And quite a detailed find. Difficult find.
Well,
those your
just
words?
because it's hard to find doesn't mean that it is worth a lot. I mean, I could take any kind of these books and bury it down, and then someone will find it 100 years, and it might still not be that much worth.
DM
The
question.
harder something is to find, the more it is worth, always.
I just have a DM question about the library. Is this library like the biggest one in Corvair, or like?
Probably in Breland at this point.
Absolutely not, but it's the biggest one in Berlin, yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it should have a lot of different books, powerful books, and etc.
Yes.
Mhm.
Okay.
Well, but what is your interest? Monetary? Other books? Company?
Turn on the charm.
Great.
Or maybe just an introduction to Duran would also be sufficient.
Well, I don't need different books, because I can just read those if I wanted to. That's the good thing about the library. But monetary is likely what I would be looking for right now. And since you're funded by the Citadel, I'm sure you have a lot to spare.
We are funded by donations and
Inside check.
Make an insight.
In donations, and what did she say?
And patrons.
Yeah, patrons. that's the same thing.
10. I mean, she's an
Yeah.
she's an old,
Yeah.
hack. She's
Donations and patrons.
it's kind of hard to read, but you
Donations
could gather
by
that it's probably
the
more.
Citadel.
At times when we have provided valuable assistance,
Right.
but more common is private investors, patrons.
Ella, may I ask you a question? Do you have like scrolls, spell scrolls, or in this library?
Not for usage, no.
What if we traded them for some of these books?
Traded what?
Spell scrolls.
But we don't have any useful spell scrolls. We have used spell scrolls that indicates and gives information on how spell scrolls work. But we don't have any physical spells. We're not that kind of a library.
I see.
We are an informative library, not a spell learning library.
Mm-hmm.
If that's something that you would want, then Auron would probably be a much better place to find that kind of magical information. Is there something specific you're looking for? There are many kinds of scrolls of magic.
Lona, you asked?
Well, I don't have any specific in mind right now. It was more of if there was a possibility that we could make a deal that we keep coming back with these finds on our journeys in these rare and dangerous places, and maybe it could be a good trade to get, spell scrolls so that we could advance in our journeys as well.
But none of you strikes me as what we would call a wizard.
No, we have.
That does not matter, does it? Spell scrolls can be cast by anyone who
They
needs to.
can, but in the way that she said it, it sounded like spell scrolls for future use, like repeated use.
Oh no.
No, spell scrolls are a one-time use.
Yeah, exactly. I meant that. Since we don't know, like you said, none of us are a wizard, so learning spells is not what we could do. But with help of one of your spells,
we have a understanding with the one.
with the who?
That is a magic shop here in Road.
Right, we can just go there.
Like the Golden Hammer or the Metalwork, or.
I understand.
Where are you from?
From here. Brilliant.
Ah,
I've been traveling a lot between Sharn and Brilliant in my life. Well, that's not gonna be possible as of now, but Sharn and Brilliant, Sharn and Road, obviously.
obviously.
Do you have a little dust in your eye there?
Go to the one. Tell them Ella sends her regards, and maybe he'll help you out.
Thank you.
Thank you.
One book, please.
Give her the children's book.
No. Fuck that.
I'm giving her.
I said one book. Give her the children's book.
No. I'm giving the Mental Strain of Symbiosis because I finished that book.
No, well, fair enough.
Yeah.
Like looks it over for something. Puts it on her rolling table. Good.
All right.
Now,
well,
to the books that you offered.
right.
$250 gold each.
See, we're running into trouble because I have personal use for these books. Not right now, but very soon in the future. And 250 gold, I would just keep them. Not even debatable.
Then what are you looking for?
Actually, there's one thing. I would trade the book on question energy. Blood of Vol has nothing to do with what's going on in the Mournland, right? Not really, at least.
No, I mean it depends on who you ask.
Right.
The Blood of Vol is the Blood of Vol speaks about a following and like a religion that was followed in Karnath, and it's like, as you can almost take from the name, it's something that you would expect, you know, more questionable ideas. It has a strong association with necromancy, which was also used by Kanath when they reincarnated a lot of their soldiers to fight. Again, I guess. Most believes that the Blood of Vol embraces death, and its followers basically want to become undead. I don't know. Have you read this book, The Blood of Vol, that you have in your possession?
This is a good question because I don't remember which books I've read. I know that I've read different religions and cults of Corvair.
Make me a religion check. Then we will determine how much you would know.
There it is.
14? Okay.
And I'm rolling shit.
With the 14, you would know that the general idea is that that the followers of Blood of Vol basically wants to become undead and serve the undead. Both are false. They're not true. It's just like the general idea and what people think about it, but it's not true. Its followers study the secrets of blood and life, and because they believe that death is the end, they see nothing wrong with using bodies of the fallen to serve the living. So they don't see any problem with necromancy because they're like, well, they're already dead, so they're not part of life anymore. And actually, they also believe, like, they have people called Seekers of Divinity, which is like what the faithful call themselves. They are usually happy about being reanimated after death, with the idea that, well, then at least I can do something good even after my death. And some of these reincarnations were used for both for building projects, again, defense, and with the argument that, hey, we're not losing any of our men and women, we're only losing people that was already dead. So they simply just have another association with the dead. It's like he or she's dead. Oh, you know, sucks, but he's no longer part of life. So what's the wrong with using them again if possible? That's the prime idea that they have there. The Blood of Vol sees death actually as the ultimate evil, like being dead and not being able to reincarnate. That's the ultimate evil. So these seekers don't want to become undead. They want more like to become divine beings, so they can't die. The faith itself teaches that divinity is tied to blood and soul, and yet the undead can never fully harness that power. But it also says that the mummies and the vampires, that is very strong part of Blood of Vol, has sacrificed their chance of divinity to guide the living. So they are more like martyrs. So they have a interesting relationship with the vampiric side of things, especially in terms of what other nations would think.
I would be willing to trade that book if she has something specific. I'm looking for a book on, well, maybe this is not even a thing, but the Castle of Kenrun, or more specifically, its purpose in the past. Recent past, long ago past, all of it.
That's awfully specific.
Very much so.
Well, I don't think we have any books that pertain specifically to the castle itself. The region, again, more like general story. Was one of the first bastions to defend the nation from thieves.
Moorland.
Well, I'm talking pre-Mornland. This castle was created pre-Mornland.
I see.
I assume you know about the Great War, yeah?
I'm like, duh.
Good. And you would know that where Kenran is placed in a very strategic area in terms of keeping the forces of Gallifar at bay, if need be, though Breland and Gallifar had a understanding, at least in periods. Not to mention that Kenran lies more or less on the border, also close to Dagoon. It is a castle meant to deter both the goblins that resides in Dagoon and who has been raided inside Breland for many years. The few dark dwarves and others in the mountain areas close to Kenrun is also there to protect against these. And at the time, if Gallifar were to fall, it would be one of the prime areas to defend against nations from the east. So it is a very strategical, important place. Then the Moorland happened, and it has kind of lost its importance, if you ask some. With the idea of, well, who's gonna go through the Moorland and attack us? But they fail to recognize that what would come from the Moorland attack us. So, depending on who you ask. But that's the rough story of why Kenrun is placed where it is. It is placed due to its location between mountain chains, in a big open area and war-torn area that was used to defend. It is very almost desert-like in this area, and not very well cultivated.
We could try something else. How about we find a book on this specific area, which is, as you just described, barren, waste, and on top of that, we add a book about the upkeeping of castles.
Sure.
And in return, I will give you this book, and I offer her the book of Blood of Vol. Sorry.
Okay. I'll be right back. And just kind of like push you guys out of the vault so you're not in there. Closes it, locks it, shuffles away.
You just got the book Mental Strain of Symbiosis. In that book, it mentions something called Quarry. Do you have any more information books about that here?
I will look.
Thank you.
Just kind of like shuffles away. Takes a long time. You're not sure if it's on purpose or.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see here. Okay. As she comes back after some time, she has 2 books with her. And then she has like a loose scroll. The loose scroll is like, well, this one will contain some of the more like basically what I described before. Rough descriptions of the different areas in Breland. This book pertains about castle keep and upkeep cost, and maybe that will help. And then I have this one. She kind of like gives you one that is much smaller, not that big. And these are a student's final research before being granted master rank into the subject of which you asked. It's not that big. It's hard information to come by. But yeah, maybe this will help.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, we trade this book for those three. They seem like those three books are very common to find. And let's just say you probably have multiple of those easily able to copy. Instead of something that comes out of the treasuries of the Frost Maiden. Simply that story allows you to put this at the front of the library.
Can you verify the story?
I'm sure when you ask Dunrin, oh god, I forgot his name. Duncan
Duran.
Donuts? Duran, right. I'm sure if you ask Duran, he will verify it for you when you meet him later.
Make a question.
Can I roll above a 5? That is the question.
You can do it. I give you guys.
Oh boy!
Well, well then, what's your name?
Jeremy.
My name is Luna.
Mm-hmm. Very well. Yeah, it's kind of like.
All right. I take the 2 books. Lona takes the scroll and the book. Lona takes the other book.
What's the name of that book? Or
It's a. The name itself would be research/thesis into the subject of which you were looking for.
Okay. Where did you say what was the store's name with the
Wand.
the
Which is
wand?
where Rendell was going.
right? I would know where that is, right? Because my character has been in the city like a long time.
I mean, Elijah has been there before.
No, Jeremy. He's like traveled through Vroden. I mean, not that it would matter.
They're one and fucking same, dude.
I mean, I'm just saying, like, he would have
A
known.
real break, yeah, they would know. Yeah.
Okay, then I would say, Lona, any other questions?
I'm set.
All right, hold my arm. I dimension door us exactly in front of the store.
Oh yeah.
Thank you very much, and bum.
just hear, like, you're not supposed to use magic.
And we disappear with a poof.
Before we come to you three, then it would be
Yes.
Onyx. What are you doing in the woods?
Just waiting until it's
Are you just
darker.
masquerading on your own down there, or what's going
Yes, exploring my new body.
on? Understand?
just
Completely understand.
Dissecting squirrels.
Somehow I find that more possible, but sure. What are you doing?
I'm just waiting until it gets a bit darker and even calmer.
Not
Okay.
creepy at all. All right, we will come back again, I guess. Not creepy at all. Fair enough. Linnea,
Yes.
what you doing?
Well, I'm going back towards where we landed our House Lavender vessel. That's outside of the outside of the city. I have to get some things out of my cabin because, and write a report and tell the now person that will be in charge of sailing it back. To give them a message of that everything is fine, that the mission has been succeeded, and that the deals has been made as was ordered to when we buy the house.
Okay.
And after that, I will write a letter towards my other house to send us a sky vessel towards the castle.
Okay.
So that's basically what I'm doing.
Alrighty. Good to know. Erendril, you will have some time before you're crashed by the other two. So,
Ja, it's just,
what do you want in the want?
just gonna browse a bit to see what they have in terms of magical items. And maybe weaponry.
Can't be as good as Baylor's and Guilfred's goods because they're just
You
top
might as well check both. Here anyway.
Is there anything like specific you're looking for?
Maybe a magical rapier, if it's available.
Okay, I'll go up to the half orc, sorry, who's working here, and like, magical rapier, say, let me see what I can do. Magical rapier, just like a rapier +1 kind of thing, or
Just gonna see what they have. Maybe a +1. Maybe something. I don't know. Depends on what they have, I guess. Yeah, I wasn't really looking for anything specific.
let's see here. Rapier. Well, he comes back after some time. Goes, well, I mean, bit of a heavy ask, I'm afraid. Rapiers, it's not that used, usually. There is one interesting one. It has been here for some time, actually. It's expensive, though.
How expensive?
Quite expensive. It is called Blade of Correction.
But it's abilities.
A blade that was crafted for a wealthy heir to a quite distant throne. The blade has been augmented extensively. It is basically if you want to talk in specific terms, a magic rapier +1, with the additional effect that when you were to do a very small amount of damage, the blade will correct your attack with a possible greater increase in damage. In non-RP terms, it's when you roll a 1 on your damage roll with the 1d8, you may roll a 1d6 instead and take that roll instead.
about how much would this cost?
Truth be told, it has been here for quite some time. Thus, not being able to get rid of it. Do you have anything interesting to trade?
Does this item require attunement?
It does, yes.
I do have a staff of the Python.
Say. You strike me as a bit of a roguish fella. Right.
Yeah.
1 second, and he kind of like goes back down and comes up with a casing that is just like jet black, like it's like black. Kind of like opens it, and you see as he takes out this rapier that has a equally black blade with golden etching of wines that's like covers on it, almost like thorns covering around the center of the blade on each side. See that the like the basket hilt that it has is also made from the same like black material, and with again a gold plating. In the light that is in here in the store, it does seem like the gold gleams a bit in the light, but the black blade itself seems to almost like dull the light that is reflected from it. Kind of like say something. We call this one Blackthorn. Not very imaginative. It has a black blade and there's thorns on it. But there you go. This one does require attunement. It's a magical weapon. When you attack with this rapier, you, by the magical nature of it, are able to add your charismatic being into the attack roll. In non-RP terms, you can add your charisma bonus to your attack rolls. Not the damage, but the attack rolls. And
Fuck yeah.
when you're holding the rapier and you perform an uncanny dodge while the attacker is in melee range, your next attack against this specific attacker will be done easier with advantage.
Immediately. Take it right now. Take it right now. Buy it, whatever price.
Think.
Sounds good. And how much would this sword go for?
Bit more than the other one.
You didn't even name a price for the other one.
Yeah, still don't know how much it is. You have to give a number if I need to pay, you know.
Huh. Mm-hmm. I have no idea what I should cost it. Let me check.
Well, what's the rarity? You can use that a little bit. If it has one. Common magic item, of course. 100, 200 gold, easy.
Okay. I mean, okay. Mhm.
You can make it up, whatever it is.
No, but it's more like if you go by the DMG, which is why it's so hard putting a pricing on these things sometimes.
Yeah.
A rare item, this would probably be considered very rare.
Mm-hmm.
A rare item itself would be in approximately 5,000 gold. If we're talking very rare, they usually double up in the sense that like 10 times the price, which means we're talking 50,000 gold. Do I think that makes sense for our game, considered how much I've also given you guys? And when I say how much, I know that you haven't monetarily been given that much. No, I don't. It is an expensive sword. It is gonna buff you up a bit.
Also, one factor is always if you're playing a low magic, medium magic, or high magic campaign, and Eberron is like very high magic.
Sure.
Fucking farmers being able to cast spells.
No, not. Depends on what nation you're in.
Yeah.
If you're in on there, then yeah, basically, unfortunately.
Yeah.
Listen, I've had this one for not that long. We don't actually know where it came from. A questionable guy came in and sold it about a year ago. Would you have anything interesting to trade for it?
Well, as I mentioned, I have that staff for the Python, but that's out-leaked, obviously.
Obviously.
If we come in, I mean, then we can help too, but at whatever point that is, you can let us know, Energy. Because we were in the library for quite a while.
Yeah.
But we teleported back, so that should be faster.
I have a cloak of Traukind.
Right.
And in terms of magical items that I'd be willing to trade, that's kind of where it is, I think.
Did Alera go with him? Because she has a bunch of staffs. She has a lot of staffs. But I'm not sure she wanted to keep. Okay.
The 2 magical items that you suggested, and a monetary price of 5,000 gold.
Alright. That seems fine to me.
All right then.
Right then.
Give him the gold and the items.
All right. Sending you the information on it.
Back to triple digit in gold eyes.
We're poor again. Yeah.
Right. Let's see. Gotta stay for the Python. And
So, as you're handing over the stuff, basically, Eladio and Jeremy and Lona.
Oh, just wait until I change my character again and again and again and again. Nice to see you here, Erenriel. Did you just finish a trade?
yes, I acquired a new sword.
Interesting.
Looks fantastic. Lona, you wanted to ask for something here?
Yes. I I would like to ask if you have some magical scrolls with spells, maybe that. Yeah, is that something that you sell in this establishment?
Among other things, it's yes. Depends on the scroll, of course. Anything in particular that you're looking for?
Well, I would like some healing scrolls, maybe. Have you something that could mask your wounds? We travel in a big party, and I would like to keep everyone up. As I am a cleric, I would like to have more spells available.
Well, we have some at the ready, and it kind of like takes up like a glass casket thing, a big one where there's different kind of scrolls in. While it's closed, he kind of like points to you and tells you which one is which. We have a spell scroll of Fireball. We have a spell scroll of a Plane Shift. We have a spell scroll of Ice Storm. We have a spell scroll of Cure Wounds. We have a spell scroll of Light. We have a spell scroll of Mass Heal. Keep in mind, that's the prime one we have here, which is very expensive. Spell scroll of Remove Curse and spell scroll of Greater Restoration.
Mass heal's fucking insane.
So, how expensive is the mass heal one?
About 50,000 gold.
Yeah, I was gonna
Wait,
say,
what?
it's a 9th level spell. You don't just
So
walk
you
into
don't-
a store and buy the
don't
mass
have-
heal spell.
You don't have like the mass cure wounds, which is on level 5 slots.
It can be crafted for price.
We have until tomorrow morning.
So a rush jar will only increase the price, of course.
How much?
Well, it's a spell level 5. It's a rarity of rare, plus the manual labor, of course.
Of course.
1,000 gold.
She can help cast the spell. She's able to do it herself. Would that
We
drop
have
down the
means.
price?
Don't worry. It's not the casting of the spell that is the pricey part. It's containing it in a scroll. That is the magical work.
I see.
Let's see. If we would like to shop something more, could we have a package price maybe? You are looking for something as well, Jeremy?
Not right now.
Okay. Well,
Hold
I am.
Hold on. All right, not right now. No.
That is so.
Such a wasted natural 20.
That is, yeah, okay. Well, maybe you have something else that could be of aid. Any. Yeah. I'm looking to gear up, so to say. Do you have anything that you could recommend for a cleric in my, well, level?
It's a very broad question.
Well, maybe I'm looking for a better armor. Still, I want to be a little subtle when I move around, but
Armors is not my
Mm,
forte.
okay. So not enchanted stuff as well. I mean, it was worth a shot since you had the weapons. Maybe you had some armors as well.
Well, you
Armor is
said,
unfortunately not. Trinkets and stuff like that.
Well, I am going to.
well,
went-
one thing maybe. Do you have a spell scroll of plant growth? Or could you create one? It's a 2nd level spell.
That could be created.
For how much?
Let's see here. Well, it would cost you around 400 gold.
Okay. Let's say for both of these scrolls,
adding.
1,000 gold.
I would like to add the Great Restoration Scroll as well.
Never mind then.
Yes.
Right. Making one scroll on a rush job is possible. The reason for the price is that there is a chance things can backfire when you're doing it too fast. 2 on a rush job is unlikely. I do services and send it where we can send it to you. Do you have an address of somewhere we can perhaps send them when they are finished, or?
How long would it take?
Create both scrolls to make sure that no mistakes happen. Creating both scrolls would probably take 3 days.
Energy, would I know how long it takes us to get to Kenran?
Depends on how you're traveling. From what it sounded like, you guys are gonna go on horseback and foot with supplies and an old guy. It's probably gonna take a little while.
So what would we end up?
I have an alternative idea. I think Lona, sorry. I think it would be best if you decide on one scroll here. I think it should be possible to finish one scroll. Think of the most important thing.
The Great Restoration was already finished.
Oh, it was already finished.
Yes, that was one of the wares that he had.
I'm not sure I would like to risk ordering another scroll that they need to make fast until morning, and then maybe both of them fail.
Yeah.
So in that case, you could buy the Greater Restoration, which is already here, and you could buy the Mass Cure Wounds, right?
Yeah.
The Mass Cure Wounds was 1,000 gold.
Yeah.
Yes.
And the Greater Restoration scroll? Which is already available, so there's no need for a rush job.
Sure. There we go. Great Restoration. That'll be 450 gold.
So 1,000
I do have
for both.
I do have an item that might interest you.
Oh.
Amulet of the Devout.
Tell me more about it.
Well, while you wear this holy symbol, you gain a while wearing it, you'll get a 1+ bonus to spell attack rolls and saving throws. The saving throws DC of your spells increased by +1 as well.
Very good.
That's good.
That's increasing DC is always good.
It does require attunement by a cleric or paladin.
I do
How many
like.
of those? Oh, attunement. Fuck.
Yeah, it's attunement, but
Requires attunement. While you wear this amulet as well, you can use your channel divinity feature without expending one of the features uses.
Ooh, that's really good.
Wait. You can do what?
You can use a channel divinity without using a channel divinity.
Ooh, okay, I want that one.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
But when you use that, it can't be used until next dawn.
Yeah, that's fine.
Someone else is gonna look forward to dawn.
So, how much is this amulet?
Well, with everything, in a neat little bundle. $3,250 gold in total.
Can I? So the item itself is 1,800 gold.
It is a very particular item that only a few are able to wield. That makes it more sought after, which makes it more expensive.
If only few are able to wield it, that makes it more thought after.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
It is unique.
Well, Lona, your decision.
Do you have a counter offer?
Well,
Maybe you could use this since you don't have any armor. I take out.
We don't specialize in armors, unfortunately.
Right, I would still take out, which I've been carrying with me for like a year now, maybe half a year. The armor and the dagger of Dearth Sunblight.
Right. Of course.
I mean, it's armor made by the oh god, I forgot the name of the race. Duergar dwarfs.
Oh, you had one in your party, but sure.
And it was worn by a very powerful Duergar dwarf.
What Duergar dwarf?
Dearth Sunblight. It's very far away from here.
Sure, could use that natural 20 now. Wow, okay.
Oh,
don't need it.
but do I?
Interesting. And you're willing to part with both the armor and the dagger?
Yes. I mean, they go in the set, right? You can place them here and then say, the armor by a powerful, long king, right? Not of here, but
oh, he was
north.
a king.
He was a king. I actually don't know if he was a king, so I'm gonna roll deception.
Oh, well, he believes it.
I think he was like the son of a king, if I remember correctly, but I'm not too sure. So let's just go with that.
He was, but
he now is for sure.
very interesting. All right, the dagger and the armor, and an additional 1,500 gold. And for that, I will create these scrolls that you have requested as fast as possible. Give you the one that is already crafted here now, and with the Amulet of the Devout.
Are you creating one or two scrolls?
Well, you requested 2 scrolls, correct?
The plant growth and the...
Yes.
Are you sure you can finish both without issue?
For tomorrow? No. As I said, this will have to be delivered. Delivery will then be done by our private couriers, which we will, of course, pay for. Just tell me where to send it.
Right.
The thing is, we are on a moving foot, so we are not sure where we're gonna end up when these are finished.
Don't you live somewhere?
You can send the plant growth to Kenran Castle. The other scroll, if possible, would be better if you can finish it beforehand. So by tomorrow morning. One would be a rush job, the other would be normal, safe time.
Would it be like, if we ask you the question like this, would it be less of a mess up if you only was focusing on one scroll as a rush job?
Well, both of you make me an Arcana check.
Ugh.
As you guys are like thinking about it and in terms of how it can go wrong and what you know about creating these scrolls, there usually is, even when you're doing it very carefully, there usually is about a 10% chance of something funny happening, something unforeseen. Having it as a rush job, this percentage will increase by a
Percentage
amount. And it can go anywhere from the spell that's planned to be put in being backfired towards you, which in case of at least one of the spells, then it's not, catastrophical. But it can also, but you also know that, like, if it really fails, it can be lethally draining for the one who's doing it. Percentage does increase if you try to rush things.
Yeah, well, just
I think it is fine, Lo.
It's fine to send it to both scrolls to.
No.
What? No.
Am I gone? I'm back. I'm
Yeah,
back.
right.
Yeah. I was gonna say I think it's fine if it's sent to the castle.
Yeah, exactly. It's
We should
fine
be.
when.
Can you make sure that it is safely secured at a certain location in the castle?
If so wished, yes, absolutely, of course.
Right. And how would we know where to find it?
Kind of like begins looking around,
I feel like
and then
we will arrive afterwards. We might be moving slowly.
Okay. Look for my mark when you come to the castle. His mark is basically like a hand holding a wand that is then like glowing with light shines out of it. Look for that mark. Then the items will be located right beneath it.
I'm gonna make a sketch of his mark in my diary. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
1,500 gold.
Thank you.
Great.
Just make sure to whoever needs
Just
to pay that.
talk about armor. I do remember actually that I have a particular set of armor that would be able to trade. It's a studded leather that can change its appearance based on how you want it.
Like a chameleon.
Sure.
Interesting.
Is this something you wish to part with, or?
I would accept parting with this, yes.
Surely that's worth more than 1,500 gold, though.
What's the name of this armor of yours? I have forgotten.
Let's see.
Armor of the chameleon.
I mean, I would like to need a bag of holding as well.
Did you pay for it already or not? Because I can't afford it, so you have to pay.
No, I'm gonna pay for it. No.
Okay.
No. I was like taking out my money when when he spoke up about that armor. Like, oh.
Mm-hmm.
Does it even have a name?
Probably, but this is an item I got via Adriel, so.
Right, and some time ago, right? If I remember correctly, it would be what we would call a uncommon item. So
It wasn't something too fancy.
no, and like it would be in the area of 400 or 500 gold. If you wish to part with it, we can say 450 that I can give to you directly.
Let's say it knocks it off their price.
You don't need to do that if you don't want to.
It's fine. I'm not using it.
Very well. Let's make it a round figure then and say 1,000 gold.
I give him that.
All right. Right. In the compendium, you can search for Amulet of the Devout. It's the +1.
Alrighty.
There's also
very
a
nice.
+2 and a +3, but it's not those, and they're a lot more expensive.
Yeah. Oh man, the mass seal one, that would have been 50,000 gold. Alrighty. Never mind.
How much?
Like the Amulet of Devout basically goes from like roughly 1,500 to 15,000 to 80,000.
Yeah.
It's like 80,
exactly.
100,000. Like,
you know what? Never mind.
there's also +3 to your attack in DC. It's like, what?
Yeah. That's unsavable.
Basically, every time you cast Hold Monster or something, I'll be like, yeah, I'm not even gonna
Yeah,
roll.
you know what? Let's just
Was it the Amulet of Devout +1?
Amulet of the Devout +1, yes. As soon as you put it in and you check it on as if you're wearing it, it should automatically increase your stuff.
She has to attune, which takes an hour, technically.
Yes. I'm sure you'll get a chance. I need to change my battery. Hang on.
All right, Rendriel, do you have anything else you wanted to do? There's a couple of things.
Don't that much money right now for more shopping, so I don't think I have other things to do right now.
Yeah, you can tag along with us.
Sure.
If you want. All right. Do you know where Onyx is?
I think he went off to a forest.
And a forest.
A little
Yeah,
park
look where
area.
I went to.
Or, we parted somewhere to the general direction,
Okay.
Somewhere in that general direction. Just keep
And Linnea?
I believe she went to take care of some things in the ship.
I see. Well, I believe we're talking to Dunran tomorrow. Duncan. Duran. That's the one. Duran. It's Duran. Yeah.
Wow.
That's the
You
one,
got there.
right? It's Duran. Yeah. Duncan Duran. Oh shit. I believe we're talking to Duran tomorrow. If we want information on the Mornland and everything.
I mean,
else.
he's following with you, but yeah.
Oh, right. Now I understand. Sorry.
He was
I was just not there at the end, so a lot of
going
it
with
I
you
missed.
to the castle, much to
Okay.
his dismay.
Okay, cool. Perfect. Even better. Then well, I do have one thing I would need to check at a couple of things actually at Baylor's and Guildford's Goods, and you wanted to shop anyway, so I would be saying this when we're outside, not inside the store. So yeah, I would go there if you want to join.
I take along.
All right.
All right. As you guys have spent some hours now, the sun is beginning to we're nearing after the meeting. You guys had done what you needed to do in the tavern and everything. We're reaching around 6 around dinner time. So yeah, Onyx, you are fairly alone. It's getting pretty dark.
Oh no.
What?
What are you gonna do?
How are you gonna mess up my campaign now?
Symmetresque.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Just summon it to rest.
Oh no, I have the scroll, thankfully. I
Eat
think
it.
at least. I think I have it at least. Oh boy. Do I still have
I
it?
will guess sending
Oh.
with the item I got from the nymph in the cave.
Ooh.
Sure.
And I'll send a message to Mikael.
Oh no.
Okay.
And I'll say, it's been a while, Mikael. I think it would be smarter for you if you go meet me now, rather than me having to fight you again. I'm in the forest on the southwest.
Oh, that's fantastic.
Takes a
That's
full
so
10
good.
seconds before you see, I am on the watch by the Dark Lanterns? I'm not sure I can meet you there. Whoever you are. I'm sorry? That's about it.
Let's wait here. I'm sure you'll find a way.
Oh, a 10. Ooh.
No one shows up. Like, you wait for like an hour, nothing.
Yeah, I would just stay here for the night.
Can sleep. No, you can't sleep there. You're not a Warforged anymore.
I
Oh,
can
that
sleep wherever the
sucks.
fuck I want.
Fair enough.
It's a really shitty sleep. Takes like 1 more hour. Still nothing. No message back or anything.
He's a chicken.
I'll just create a little light in the air. It's just dim light and just stay awake as long as I can.
Okay. We're gonna jump back to you guys, but around midnight, where you're about to fall asleep, you do hear like a wagon and a wheel that just goes. It's coming towards your direction. And you expected it to be Mikhail. What you see is a young boy. It's probably about 15. He looks scared. And he has like a small cart with him, which holds 2 big barrels. Yeah.
What are you doing here?
I was sent here. I was
Poor kid.
I was expecting a machine. Warforged. You're a yes. I need to, and he kind of like begins turning around with the cart.
You can leave that there.
He
I am
sounds
that
like,
Warforged.
you see his like shoulders just go
Yeah, that wolf.
like his shoulder just it's a mix between fear and just here we go.
I am that Warforged, said the Duergar
With all due
after he saw the ale.
with all due respect, you don't look like a Warforged.
Death changes you.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, yeah, sure. Right.
Oh, jeez, Rick.
Look, I don't want to be here.
Clearly, yeah.
Oh, jeez. Look, Mikhail is being holed up. He's arrested. And, he's not himself anymore. He doesn't know who you are anymore. You see, he gave me information should he get contacted by someone like you, or not like you, but you, like you, and he
What the fuck?
he asked me to, and he gets hit by a guiding bolt.
Lona is robbing Gilbert.
Polarized
Sorry.
in front of your eyes.
He knew too much. He did some bad stuff, and as part of his punishment, his memory has been altered, changed, removed. But he made a contingency because he feared that someday someone like you, or looking like you, would contact him. And for that purpose, he kind of like begins ruffling around, and then he takes out like a scrawny note, and you can just see like his hands is just like shaking. It says that to Onyx, to you, it says that it was nothing personal, just this. His words, not mine. And that while he's not sorry, he wished to compensate. And then there is these two barrels marked with an O on it for Onyx. I assume, I can't read, but everyone can see a circle is an O, I guess.
Man, what a lovely fella. That's gonna be fish ale for sure.
Is there anything else?
No.
Do you happen to know what type of ale it is?
Now, either he dies or he lives, but this is the moment.
Let him taste it.
I don't ask those kinds of questions. It is above my pay grade. I don't even get paid. Look, I don't want to be here. You're scary.
I don't believe I've done anything wrong.
I know, but a Durigard in the middle of the forest in the night with a small fire in itself is kind of creepy.
Racist.
Not gonna lie. And then that dwarf Durigard talks about that he used to be a warforged, but he died, makes it just a little bit more creepy.
That's fair.
It is not fish ale. For some reason, I was asked to say that. Not sure why. He's scared out of his mind, and he's definitely telling the truth.
He was told that it's not fish ale. That is the truth.
The truth is, he was told it is not fish ale, and that he doesn't know why he had to say that to you, but he had.
Well, let's go put that at our other supplies, and then we'll go back to Mikael together, right?
No.
Yes.
And
I'll start walking towards our supply cart.
As you keep walking, he just stays there, like still holding the card, kind of like
And I stop walking and turn around and just stare at him. And I tilt my head.
Am I? You want? I don't know where they keep him.
Well, I also said that we would put this at my older supplies.
Okay. Oh. Can you just take? Oh. I really don't want to follow you. Look, I was told to just give you this in case that if you contacted him. He doesn't even know who you are anymore. He's not even himself. He's getting, well, punished, I guess, for the things that he's done.
I sniff out the light and make it reappear next to me.
Yeah, that doesn't help.
This way. And I keep walking.
Well, kind of like stares at you like for like a long like few seconds, and he's like, well, you shouldn't go that way where the guard is currently making his patrol. Would you be stupid enough to look the way he's pointing?
No.
Right over there. There are two guards.
Why would I care about guards?
And because you're not allowed to stay in here during this hour.
That has never been told, so I'll just play ignorant.
Well, they're coming this way.
I don't care. You're coming this way too.
Okay.
Poor
Yeah,
kid.
keep walking.
And here, like, several meters behind you, just hear the wheel as it kind of like drags it along.
And I'll lead him to our supply cart.
Okay. Well, with the slow tempo, and you have to several times like stand and look at that he's actually still following, and he kind of is, but and takes you like a solid hour almost to get to your supplies. And he's like, "Is this here?"
You can just put it there with the rest.
Kind of like just puts the barrel, some of the other supplies, and those. Can I go now?
You said you've been told to come find me if I messaged him. How do you know that I messaged him if you don't know where he is?
He asked me, "Do you know who Onyx is?" And he had told me long time before that if he would ever ask that, then I should assume the worst.
So he just contacted you out of nowhere?
No. He has a lot of contacts. I was just the one here in this city. And as part of his court and his legal affairs, he has sent messages to myself and others. And if the name Onyx came up, we should assume the worst and deliver those two.
So he still holds power?
No. Yeah, he's lying.
If you're already that scared by me just being here, this can get a lot worse.
Well, but now that he's beginning to like look around for a place to run towards. Now that we're in the city, you can't just strike me down.
I guess levitate on him. Constitution saving throw.
A Constitution saving throw?
Yeah.
Oh man.
Small kids. Nah. Nope.
He starts just slightly floating up, and I walk up to him.
He immediately just I begin screaming louder and louder. You guys are like you see like there are guards that is there to protect your guys' stuff. They're all like looking around like, what's going on?
I recommend you start talking.
He's just like floating in the air and not knowing what's going on. He just keeps on screaming. Just see one of the guards just come over to you and go like, is there a problem here?
I mean, not really. Depends on how general you're asking.
That specific problem, he kind of like points to the now floating kid that is going like upside down because he can't control the levitate and he's just screaming.
Oh no, that's no problem.
Right. Do you mind keeping it down a bit? Whatever. And is there a reason why he's floating?
Yes. And I'll look at him and I'll ask, can you stop screaming? The guard asks nicely, to be honest. Let's keep it down.
Make an intimidation check. Make that advantage.
Oh man. That poor fucking
Kind
kid.
of like goes from screaming to just kind of like begins crying. But he's like trying to do it very silently. The guard's just still standing next to you and just looking at him like, what did he do again?
I believe there's no reason to pry into private conversations.
Sure, but you are, some would say, forcefully detaining a citizen of the city without his consent.
Who said there was no consent?
Right. Hey kid. Do you need help? The kid kind of like just opens his eyes, look at the guard, look at you, look at the guard, look at you. Well, I just want to go home.
I don't believe that's what he asked.
The guy's like, can you at least put him down?
I'm making him float like just enough that he isn't like fully down. So he still can't go anywhere.
Like an inch.
Right.
And I touched the floor.
Look, I know who you are, but there's still limits to what we can accept. Don't hurt the kid.
I would.
He'll be alright. He'll be fine here.
Right. He walks away, but it's clear that he's still like keeping an eye on you guys. You see
Can
the
I
kid
look
just
back?
kind of like, as the guard goes away, he's like, oh, shit.
Now, back to my question.
What question was that?
So he still holds power here, which you seemingly didn't really want to
Look,
break.
he's been part of an underground system for years. He has some leeway, he has. But I don't know anything about it. I'm just a messenger. He doesn't really. He is just a messenger.
This is about ale, and Onyx has never rolled better in his entire life.
I don't know what you wanted to say.
Do you have any contacts to his contacts?
No. I mean,
Oh, for fuck.
you could feel that he's not being fully truthful. Look, if I say anything, they'll kill me. We're not supposed to talk.
But it's also rude to not talk when being asked.
I am innocent. I haven't done anything. I was just told to deliver whatever that is to you.
Correct. Now I'm asking you.
He has some old contacts. Still, but not a lot. Since he has been captured, people are cutting ties. They don't want to be associated with someone who is being questioned by the Dark Lantern. He got caught. But he had put this into motion before that as a safety thing.
What do you know about these contacts that he still has?
I don't know anything about them. I don't get told those things. I just get told, like, deliver this, go there, ask that guy, cut that purse, small stuff.
I know nothing about no one, no location. Nothing.
I mean, they usually spend their time in the sewers. Or at least in the underground areas.
Do you know where to find them?
They find me. Usually.
They'll probably do. And I'll go to the station of the Dark Lantern. Follow me.
I can't, I'm floating.
You just hold him and drag him. He's floating.
I'll just tie him down to my dog.
Look, if you take me there, they'll cut me loose too. You can't do this to me. Where would I
Yes.
get money from?
Start walking, and my dog follows, dragging him along.
Listen, you. I haven't done anything. I'm innocent. At least of this.
Just walking to the post.
I answered all your questions. If he's on the dock, would that mean that the levitation is stopped?
No, I tied him to the dog.
He ballooned him.
I-
through-
Yes,
He's a
he's
balloon.
a balloon.
But it lasts 10 minutes, so consider. I think it lasts
Okay.
10 minutes, right?
Yeah, 10
It
minutes.
would take longer to get to the.
So at some point he'll just start getting dragged by the dog.
So about
fine.
10 minutes after he just.
No, he slowly floats down.
Okay. And then, because it takes so long, the line goes. It's no longer slack, and the dog just drags him. You just hear, "Ow! Ow! Ow!" And he kind of like gets dragged along.
And I'll just stop for a moment so he can get up and just walk along with the dog.
Okay.
And then I continue walking.
Roll me a 1d20 with your sleight of hand to see how well you've done this rope. Okay.
No.
About halfway towards the dark lanterns. You've been getting some looks from people that are like really weird. And then suddenly you hear a thunk. Let's turn around. You see that the rope has been cut open. And the kid is just fucking bolting. As fast as he ever could.
Levitate on him again.
How long is that range?
He's gonna cast haste on himself and catch up. It's like...
60.
60 feet? Okay. What's the constitution one?
Yes.
Hey, let's go.
I just...
You really wants...
Yeah. I cast haste and I start running after him.
Yeah, I mean...
When you dash, you gotta make the save though, that you don't fall over. If you dash.
I mean, with haste I shouldn't have to.
So, for 6 seconds, as you're using your action to cast it, and your movement, he does get a little bit further away, and you can see he is like the definition of dashing on your action. Like, he's running as fast as he possibly can.
I do not cast haste, I'll just let my dog run after him.
Oh my god, the dog's faster.
Okay.
50 movement
What's the
speed, I
speed of the
believe.
dog?
40, so if you dash 80.
40.
So the dog does begin to catch up, and you hear like, and he just screams out louder, and then suddenly like he goes straight right into an alley. Your dog, like about at this point 20 feet after, follows, but you are about 80 feet away from them right now, maybe a bit more.
Yeah, I'll just stay. I'll walk to the corner where I saw him disappear and just wait there until my dog tracks him back.
Okay. As you walk over there, you hear like what sounds like metal scraping on metal. Like an irritating shrill sound that goes like.
I'll look at it.
Okay. As you come over, you see like a. It looks like a metal tube, with a half gitter that is blocking the entranceway. You see your dog on one side, and he's trying to get in, but he's currently trying to scratch through the metal frame, indicating that the kid probably fled into those tubes. And as you look in, you can see like 10 feet in, the kid is like crammingly shuffling his way forward because it is very tight space.
I guess levitate on him.
I mean, I don't think this works here because there's walls all around him, so you can drag yourself by the walls.
How would it work if there's technically nowhere to levitate? Like, because there's not.
It just means that you need to drag yourself by something to move in a certain direction. If he's in he would just be able to do this.
Probably make it easier to move.
He definitely fails. Lifts off a little bit, and he goes. Then he begins like dragging through.
And I'll start floating him back my way.
That doesn't work.
It's not how levitate works.
Yes, you can move him.
You can move him vertically.
Well, yes, but that would just drag him on top of the tube. The bird.
You can move him up and down, I think.
Right now it's not going up and down. Right now it's going to the side, but you see from where it's going, it's gonna make a drop at some point. And I guess he wouldn't be able to make then, since he's levitating.
Yeah. That gives it to still.
But can he still? I'm assuming he still can force himself down if he crawls.
Yeah. If he has something to hold on to, like a ladder,
he's
he can
basically
force
just using
down.
he's basically using the side to just force his way through.
It's like if you're in the ISS and you only can drag yourself by the materials that are there, but if you're in the center and there's nothing you can push off of, you can't go anywhere.
Yeah, right. So right now he is pushing himself ahead, but it's just going slowly because he's only using his hands and trying to like claw his way.
Yes, but
so he is getting away from you, just very slowly.
I thought it was like slightly vertical still.
No, and it goes like the tube would go like straight forward for what looks like to be 10, maybe 15 feet, and then it makes a sharp drop. The drop right now he's reached, and his feet is dangling up in the air because of levitate, and he's trying to like force himself downwards, which he's currently having a lot of trouble with.
Yeah, in that case, if it isn't like any vertical at all in the beginning either, I wouldn't even cast levitate. I would just go straight after him.
Okay. Well, since you are a
No.
dwarf, then
Don't get
sure.
stuck in those.
It's
Don't
tight.
get stuck. Do not
It's
get
tight.
stuck.
It smells bad. It's tight.
I cast seduce on myself.
Oh, that should work.
It's no longer tight.
It's 1 minute, right? Be
Yes.
fast. Hurry up.
As he kind of begins crawling, and then he looks around. He's like, and then he looks down and sees you, and then begins just like he is just trying to get down. If you're not casting levitate, that means when he reaches that area, he will just go like straight down.
Yes.
Okay. Make me an acrobatic or athletic check to see whether you can manage to get a hold of him before he. Okay. He will definitely use acrobatics as well. This little kid will get a +2 to his dex.
Nimble.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Just as you are like take your arm and try to, but you reduce. You forget that you need a little bit of reach, and you just hear him goes. He is now an undesignated amount of feet below you.
Oh, he just dumped
Perfect dark vision down here. So as you're looking down, you see that he's about 30 feet down, maybe more.
He jumped 30 feet down.
Yeah, and you hear that like a flashlight landing in some kind of water. Probably not water, but
Liquid.
some sort
Smelly
of
liquid.
I just fly down.
Okay. Remember to keep track of your spell slots.
Oh no, I can just do that whenever.
Well,
Klinkt
that's
goed.
fuck you.
Voorhouden ze erin.
You come down to an area which seems to be like a lot bigger than you actually expected. And true, right here where it is, it landed down in some very questionable water, liquid. And about 20 feet, 30 feet further ahead, you see that he has like climbed himself up on basically a it looks a lot like the if you have seen any of the movies from like Rome or Gladiator stuff, like these huge sewer systems that they had in the Roman times, these big areas where also low life would sometimes be. It looks a lot like that. Like it's pretty grand, it's pretty huge, and really well made, and it's well made especially for a city this size. And he's like sitting on the bank, and he's like reaching, and he's kind of puking, and he's like just crying, and as he looks over and sees you come floating down here, it's just, oh, fuck's sake!
Poor kid, man.
I jumped into this for nothing.
Yes.
Kind of like stands up. He's now taller than you because of reduce.
Oh, that has ended already.
Yeah, it's
Okay.
a minute.
It's like a minute here.
As you like increase in size, though still small, he's like, what?
I believe we were going somewhere.
No,
Yes.
I've had enough of you.
Man, this kid is gaining confidence today.
Didn't do anything. And you're on my turf now. Our turf now. Yeah. Any second now, and he kind of like begins looking around. Any second now, there will be people here helping me.
Sure.
Yeah. So you should probably.
So I should probably just end it now.
What? No.
Hmm?
What? What do you mean by ending? And he begins like backing backwards. What do you mean by ending it? No.
How about you come back up with me?
Not if you're just gonna end it. That he takes out it's a shank. It's a small knife.
I'll just hold up my hands and say, give it a try.
like takes it, looks at you, turns around, looks around, and goes, eh. Well, I do have this, and he kind of like takes out what looks like to be like a stick, from what you can see, like a perfectly round cylinder, stick, just from what you can see, and he kind of like just holds it in front of you.
I'll just look at him.
This is very powerful. All I need, and you see he's beginning to like fish after something in his pocket that he can't find. Like, hang on. Kind of like takes out something that used to, light fire with, and he like, it's wet. Unsurprisingly, but still, this is dangerous for both of us. Please let me go. Please? I'll tell you everything you want to know. And he kind of like dropped himself onto his knees. What do you want to know?
It's not as much what I want to know. I don't think you have that information.
Then why can't I just leave? Please?
Because I need you.
For what? What do you need me for? Sacrifices? I've heard what you're kind of.
No, well, I'm not really of this kind.
Sure.
I need a sacrifice a long time ago, but I can't use it anymore. So you're all safe in that regard.
What?
Never mind.
But what do you need me for then?
Why would you just come with me?
No.
Can get much worse than this.
Well, consider that I'm laying in shit.
I take out my sword. Then this.
You wouldn't kill an armed boy, and he quickly throws away his knife. Would you?
You said it yourself. This kind.
But you said you weren't that kind.
Yes, but it doesn't mean I can't act like them.
I'm confused.
You want me to take you forcefully?
To be fair, you kind of have so far.
Yeah, I'm
Well,
more
it's not like I've
towards
come,
more forcefully.
willingly.
I'm more forcefully. I've been nice.
Nice. Okay. I'll follow you. On one condition. Please?
I mean, you should probably tell that condition.
I don't know about you, but I can't see shit.
Well, I can.
Can you light this for me? And he holds the stick out towards you.
No.
I don't like the dark.
And I create a small magical light.
I don't trust magic.
I don't care.
Just light it. Please.
I grab the stick and put him in the bag of holding.
He's holding it.
Yeah,
So strength versus his strength.
Not when my strength is great, but yeah.
Yeah.
Not that his strength is great, but yeah.
Oh boy. I mean, hey, maybe Onyx rolls a natural 1.
No, I would accidentally
He
roll
rolled
2
a
gems.
17.
Yeah.
just basically just take it out of his hand. He's like, oh. Well, you should still light it.
When the moment is there that it needs to be.
Why won't you light it?
Because I don't want to blow up.
Blow up? What? But do you know how to get out of here?
I believe that was that tube.
I'm not going up through that tube again.
I don't believe you have a choice now.
I do. There's a stair right over there. There's ladders going up to top side. Without tubes. He's telling the truth.
Yes, okay. No traps.
There's ladders.
I mean, does
There
Onyx
are
care if there's people?
Ladders.
Sure, let's go that route.
Okay. And he begins. Leading you.
man. Oh, man.
Away.
Yeah, he begins leading you.
I'll say with a natural 20, like, he's telling the truth. There are ladders. But there are other reasons, probably, why he wants to go that specific way.
Well, you could have told me that before, no? In that case, I'll just...
Retrospectively, I'll say it to you now, so before he turns around.
The tube wasn't too bad, though. Let's just fly up there again.
Fly?
Then I just grab him and start flying.
Once again, like... he will try to touch you. With his acrobatics. Which he did not roll very high. Yeah, okay. He kind of make like a... He tried to make like the double feint, where he's like stepping one way and then going the other. And ironically enough, you immediately step to the other side and he's feinting, so he just runs straight into you. And you're like, oh.
I believe I said we were flying.
I don't like you. Just
I'm
fly
sorry.
him up.
Yep, and I'm just
He
pushing
stopped
up the tube.
complaining anymore. You smell, by the way.
I mean, that's nothing new.
Yep.
So what are you taking this poor kid?
To the Dark Lantern's position. Watch.
Okay.
Where they set up.
To the headquarters.
Yeah.
And
That's
you
it.
come there, smelling of shit, with a kid in tow, smelling of shit. Like the guard is standing, kind of like looks at you like, can I help?
I don't know, can you?
I don't have any water nearby, but then maybe I could. Jesus Christ. Do you mind going over to the barn over there? There are different buckets with water. At least wash yourself and the kid. Please. Like, come on, man. This is disgusting.
Fine. I guess I suppose if I'm going into this place, I should probably do something.
Okay. Going over to where the horses are, there are different buckets with water in it.
Is it like a big bucket?
Yeah, they're like bigger buckets, yeah.
I push the kid into one of the buckets.
You just see him like, ah! It kind of like
And
just lays there.
And just kind of just wash myself real quick.
Okay. So both of you and the kid are wet, but at least cleaner. As you come back over to the god, he's like, yeah, well,
Maybe I didn't think that one to hit you.
yeah. All right. So, what can we help you with? What's this about?
Well, this kid is contacts with you in the dark. I believe you're holding a person in motions called Mikael.
I'm not sure that's information you should have, but let me
Just get the twins. Or either of them. Don't need both, really.
Fucking 1 a.m., dude. Probably 2 a.m. by this point. Just get the twins, 2 a.m.
make a persuasion or intimidation.
I'm being nice.
Oh man, this is great.
Was it
Yeah.
normal?
The god's like, look, it's in the middle of the fucking night. They need to sleep just like everyone else, and unless this is more critical than Mikael being questioned, then. And could you please let go of Kenny here? Like we know who he is.
No, I cannot.
Corruption!
Look, Kenny is a small player. He's not even a fucking player. Look, he's just a kid whom they use to deliver different things with, and he has actually been helpful to us a couple of times. Looks like he's been through enough, and he's just standing there, defeated, just looking down on the ground.
How about I can just speak to Mikael? That would work too.
That is not possible. He is undergoing some, what is called, enhanced interrogation.
I could help with it.
Which I'm sure you could, but we would prefer to do that in-house. And
Oh, I'll do it right here.
I meant as in we would like to do it ourselves, not with the help from outsiders. Look, come back in the morning at a reasonable time where people are not sleeping. I will gladly fetch you the twins. For now, he's undergoing interrogations into multiple things. We believe that he is part of a system that has aided agents of different enemies. Herein, but no less, factions from Drone. Does this sound like the Mikael that you remember? He's known to being someone that if there is coin to be earned, then he will go to any site that gives this coin.
To be honest, I don't know that Mikael that well. I just have some unfinished business.
Right. Look. Come back tomorrow, and I'll help you out. Then the interrogation will also be done.
I'll just sit down against, like next to the door. I'll be right here.
At least let the kid go.
I did.
Okay. I should let go. The kid begins like quietly walking away, then faster, then just running. I don't know what you did to that kid, but
Not even that much.
I mean, physically he seemed fine. Mentally, well, you're just gonna sit there until tomorrow?
I'll be right here.
If you prefer. Again, the staples are right over there. put some hay together, and it would set everyone more at ease that I don't have to stand here on doing my watch with you watching me the whole night. It's creepy.
No, I'm not gonna lie. I'm just gonna sleep.
On the cobblestone here.
I've had worse places.
Right. Okay. And he kind of like just still stands guard there, but kind of like turns his body and his PU view like a little away from you. Make me a Constitution saving throw to see how well you will be sleeping tonight on the cobblestone on the outside.
Awful.
Okay, like it's not nice at all, and I'll say this. You do get the effect of a long rest, but you also do get a point of exhaustion in the way that you are laying on cobblestone outside with nothing at all.
Could have gotten the hay at least, but nope.
Drenched through. So you do get the long rest in terms of your spell stuff back, but you do have a point of exhaustion as you have slept poorly. And we'll come back to you since the others are in the meantime while you're doing all this to support Kit, or they were doing other things in the town. Jeremy, you wanted to go visit the...
Yeah, we're back at 6 p.m., right? Because that was Onyx's nightly adventure. Holy shit, that was awesome.
Poor Kit.
Yeah,
Scarred for life.
Shit, man. Like, none of us knew what was gonna happen, but Jesus Christ, that was great.
Scarred for life, that kid.
Oh boy. Yeah, so I just wanted to go into Baylor's and Guilford's goods.
And Lorna was tagging along.
And also...
Randrel, was he coming with us?
Yes, he was also coming.
Yeah.
Yes, I am.
While we're walking there, I just wanna thank you guys for pitching in and helping to cut down the price. It was really nice of you. You really didn't have to.
No problem at all. I'm sure you can help me with things that I might be looking for in a little.
Of course, I'll do my best. I'll do my best.
Also,
By the way, energy. I checked it and it's also a rare item, not uncommon.
The armor, it was rare, not uncommon.
I found the name in ATL's item list. And I checked it.
Did we get ripped off?
Well,
Yes,
in that case, you did get ripped off. In that case, he's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, baby.
Someone
Yeah.
made a good
And I got
deal
armor
today.
from a king. You know what? Never mind. I didn't get armor from a king.
Yeah, I found it in the list that Neil sent me his stuff, the name, and I looked it up.
Well, I mean, sucks to be you. No, we'll look at that at some point, but
Okay. Okay. Well, let's go to Baylor's and Guilford's.
Yeah.
Guilford's and Baylor's. They're still open, I hope.
They are.
Okay.
Alright, so
Hello again. It's been one day. Not even. It's this morning, actually.
Sure. In this case, it's Ballo's just kind of like, yeah. Hey, what's up?
I came here with a couple of questions. The first one, containing the shield that I asked about, if it was able to remove the attunement from it.
Right. Unfortunately, we haven't been able to. It seems to be a bit of a harder process. It's gonna take a little bit time to figure out how we do it. it seems that to preserve its capabilities fully while removing the attunement is very, very difficult. We can remove the attunement here now, but then some of the magical capabilities of this shield will also be diminished.
The way that you are removing the attunements, is that only for this specific item, or would that be a general spell? Or
It's a very, very hard procedure.
But when you
prone to go wrong more times than not, which we told him.
The only reason I asked is because Onyx was given a shield, which did not have the exact same properties. It was not able to. This shield allows you to react very fast if an ally is being attacked. The Shield of Onyx does not have this property. But aside from that, it is, you could say, better, because it, as a magical +2 shield, it gives you this additional armor for all attacks, not just ranged attacks. So would it be possible to change this, the magical properties of the shield? I like the looks. I like exactly the way it looks. This is what I want to keep. But to have it more like Onyx shield, where it might not be specially equipped towards ranged attacks, but overall a solid shield for all scenarios, and then without an attunement slot. You're muted.
You want to change the look. When magic is poured into an item, it is exceedingly hard, if almost not impossible, to change those. It binds with the item. That's why it's so hard. What you're asking is taking a magical property, removing its magical properties, altering it in a way to similar being as the same as something else, while keeping its physical appearance, and still doesn't have attunement. Look, it's gonna be hard, almost impossible.
Let me rephrase then. Okay, I'm back. Let me rephrase. How about, do you have another +2 shield? Or something similar?
These are...
Or maybe, yes, that would be what I needed. It is something that I need to... +1 would be okay too. It is something that I need to...
the shield too
to free the attunement
pretty
slots.
Rare. I mean... kind of like goes back, then comes when he comes in again, it's like, look, we have this shield. It's like a round, as you see, like it's like smaller, and it has like, it's like a round shield, and it has like a circle in the middle. Smaller, different in design. It is and does work as a shield +2. With your continued patronage, I would be willing to part with it for 800 gold.
Okay. There's a couple of other things I'm looking for, and my friends, so maybe we can strike a larger deal.
Perhaps. What are you looking for?
See, and I take out the oh god, forgot the name. The abracadabras.
Right.
This is something that I've seen in this store too. It is a chest which you name a specific item or food source, whatever it is, and it creates this source.
Right.
Right. Except we found this in an ancient city. And it appears to me to be cursed. For example, I think of what is food that you like? Specific.
Well,
He's.
what?
I mean, never mind.
Lamb chops.
I think of lamb chops and then I open it. So there's lamb chops.
Sure.
Now, I would not recommend that you eat this.
Kind of like looks over and he goes, something's wrong with it.
Exactly.
Exactly. Now, this might be something useful if you want to kill an enemy at a great feast, but I'm not looking for that. Instead, I would be looking for something which allows me and my friends, and potentially others, to eat something that's nice. So maybe there's two options. Maybe you can see use in this, and we can exchange this for your normal abracadabras, or maybe you're able to find out whatever is wrong with it.
Like a challenge, I'll trade you this one for a normal functioning abracadabra.
All right.
Very kind.
Thank you. With this one, one is able to use it 20 times a day. Yours is exactly the same, I would assume.
Right. I think you can search abracadabras and.
Yeah. Well, I did that last time, and we saw what happened when Linnea ate some chocolate. Oh, what was it?
Cherry pie.
Yeah, cherry pie. So, all right, cool. Great. Right. So that would be that. Perfect. And let me think. There's something else. What about you two? What were you looking for? And I think you, Lara, you wanted some armor? Magical armor?
Lara wanted something, yes?
Yep. She wanted, I think a chest plate, something that doesn't fuck up... No, not something that doesn't fuck up your dex modifier, so like studded leather.
Are you talking about Lara Lona right now?
Yes.
Yes.
Lara wanted a light armor with magical bonus to armor class. +1, +2, whatever it is.
Okay. I'll just ride with Kira on that, and we'll take that on the side.
Yep.
And I am too also looking for some kind of upgrade of my armor. I'm wearing scale armor right now, which have been having during our journeys. I would say that I am a bit of a klutz sometimes, and almost cause our mission to go very wrong. Is there any enhanced armor or something that can give me good protection, but still maybe make me move around a little less, loudly?
How much less would you be able to accept? Because the thicker and harder it is, it's gonna make some noise. It's just how things work.
Yeah, of course, but maybe there's some kind of enchantment or something that could help, dampen it. I don't know, really. Or something that has something with luck to do, or in a non-RP way, maybe like reroll some bad stuff. I don't know. I've been so very unlucky with my stealth rolls that it's so ridiculous. Like I just have a plain scale armor, so what I'm looking for is
Well,
something that's gonna amp me up.
In terms of armor, with the ones that you search for, and giving the protection that you have, something that would also not screw you up in a situation where you need to be stealthy. No, unfortunately, that is not really. Those two things don't go along. There are other things that can mitigate. I have this, and he kind of like takes up a stone, very smooth, round stone. I have this, a luck stone. This will give basically a little increase to whatever we're trying to do.
He is very unlucky, so I think that it's actually
gives
perfect.
you a 1+ to all ability checks and saving throws.
Iets wat onlangs had van die arena in de city.
Does it take attunement?
It does not.
I believe so, yeah.
Oh, then maybe
It does.
It does? It probably does.
if it does, I'm like, I'm kind of stuck on my attunement items.
Yeah, I mean, it probably does. Like, it's pretty good. +1 on everything is pretty good. Yeah, all ability checks and saving throws. Requires attunement, uncommon.
Sucks to be.
Because
just
I have the
Almost it takes away the stealth disadvantage.
Yeah, you can take.
Breastplate.
Yes, I have Lona. For example, I still have something left. Let me see. And out of my bag of holding, I take a oh god, where is it? What the fuck? Breastplate. Still have a breastplate. Pretty sure. Yeah. This one I was using before my current armor, and so you would basically need something like this with magical properties if you want to improve your armor class, and it will also keep you stealthy whenever you want it. It will not hinder you from being stealthy, is probably a better way of saying it. So maybe magical breastplates. Do you have any of that? I can provide the breastplate if you for let's say part of the payment. You would get the breastplate back, and we will exchange it for a magical breastplate with an added price.
The contemplation.
So how do you propose this? Precise. Like, what deal are you proposing?
We change my abracadabras with its weird cursed effect for the normal working abracadabras. We take the shield, normal +2. We take a breastplate with either +1 or +2, magical, whatever you have available, and we give you a non-magical breastplate that you can work on for future endeavors.
That will give me more work.
From what I see, you love work.
Which would be perfect since you just established your new shop.
But I'm also a. We also need the money to survive.
Erendril, is anything you were looking for?
We can talk about a breastplate +1.
Well,
And with all the other things that you have mentioned, I would say an additional 500 gold would be fair.
Erendril, anything you were looking for?
well, I did spend a lot of my money already, but how expensive would +2 studded leather be?
+2 is hard to make. a studded leather +2 is where are we up there? We're talking 30,000-40,000. And the time to create it. It's not something we have in store.
How much is 1 platinum worth in gold?
10. So 10 platinum is 100 gold. Are you not interested in a +1 studded leather?
You have a +1.
I see. Then for future endeavors, I suppose. There is something I'm looking for. And I take out my note diary and I read the description of just to make sure that I have it correctly of simulacrum. Blah 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 blah. I would like I would like powdered ruby worth 1,500 gold pieces.
That could be arranged.
Do you have?
Right now, I mean, a guy kind of like goes bang, finds out a sizable ruby, and he takes his hand over. And goes, you could just hear the faint.
Yeah.
1,500 gold.
And that would be everything that we need, right? Or is there
Yeah.
something?
I was also wondering if you have a bag of holding.
That can definitely be arranged.
That's
With
just...
everything, the bag of holding as well, and an additional 850 gold. Then we have a deal.
So, we give you 850 gold and we have a deal.
And the
Powdered ruby.
And the normal armor, so I can work on.
Right, of course. Yes. I give him the normal armor.
And I give him the 850 pieces.
Okay.
Do I have to pay separately for the ruby, or is that part of the deal? Because it is 1,500
gold part of the deal, because it's like you ask for dust worth of 1,500, so it's like 1-to-1 deal.
Okay, because so I have to give him 1,500, right? That's just so we have that clear. Okay.
Yes.
Because then I would ask.
Unless you ask for ruby, that could be.
No, I don't. That's why. Then I would ask you, Lona. Could you chime in for this one?
Of course, of course. How much was it? 1,500?
I can, let's say 50-50. You will understand later why we need this.
It is fine. I don't question that at all.
Okay, and I would pay 500 gold of it.
I would fuck.
Sorry, 750. Sorry.
750.
Yeah, and you pay the other 750, right?
Yeah.
Okay. 45 and. Okay, I'm almost poor now. Oh boy.
I'm paying in my platinum.
Right. What is the? It's just a +2 shield, right?
Yeah.
Is it cursed? Why are you saying yeah like that?
Cursed. It's not cursed.
Stop saying yeah like that. Stop it. Okay. Oh
It would have been fun if you just gave you some shit.
No, what did I get? I don't know.
Breastplate +1.
Yes, that is a breastplate +1.
So this one does not give you disadvantage. It might not increase your armor class because breastplates are worse than scale armor, but it doesn't give you disadvantage.
No,
So it's just normal.
Is it better? Okay,
Yes.
maybe it does give you disadvantage then. Am I stupid?
No, it doesn't.
No, it doesn't? Okay, perfect.
I'm pretty sure it's the same amount of
it's
AC, but
half-plate.
not
Breastplate
percentage.
and half plate, that's what it is, right? Half plate is the other one.
F-plate's the only one that gives disadvantage, sure.
Okay.
It's not in the companion, right?
Just
it's
+1 breastplate.
If you search for breastplate, it's gonna say breastplate +1 or normal breastplate and so on. I have to restart Roll20. That's just great. Right. Perfect. Oh, one more thing. Do you have anything that can produce an infinite amount of ale?
That's an item I can certainly create.
How about an infinite amount of water?
Isn't that anything that the abracadabra could do?
Yeah, theoretically, yes. Though it can be used for more than that.
It can be created. It's not something we have at disposal for the moment.
So there's no keg of infinite water right now?
Not at the moment.
And if I needed one by tomorrow morning, would it be possible?
No. We can send it wherever you guys are going.
How much would that cost?
The water or the ale?
The water. Both, actually, just in case.
Both. Let's say 850 gold, and that will include both items and sending to the item wherever you need it to be sent.
Okay, so the idea would be that these are for a... let's see if this is possible. This would be a challenge, of course. This would not be for something on the go. Instead, think of it as you have a location and a remote area, and you want to continuously supply this area with ale, let's say.
Irrigation.
Not necessarily irrigation.
With constant water.
Yeah, it would more be, if we're in the middle of a desert and we have a city in the middle of a desert, it would be nice if the citizens would get water every day, right? Consistently, even if it doesn't rain or if it's a drought season. So think of it of maybe it supplies 10 people per day, or maybe it supplies 20 people per day, something of the sort. It does not need to be moved around. It can be local, stationary.
We can work on that.
Oh.
Yeah. Definitely. We can work on that.
Do you have an idea of what that would cost?
Custom job, both ale and water. Sending it to where?
Kenran Castle.
$900 gold. And then you will have it before the end of the week.
For how much water would that produce per day, or ale, or whatever it is?
I mean, it's technically infinite. Normally would be a small flask, but what you're looking for was a little bit bigger. So this would be a bigger cask, not a barrel, but a bigger cask. So it would produce a fair good amount of water. If you say between 10 and 20 people, then there would be plenty enough for those 10 to 20 people.
Okay. Can I get back to you with some little specifics tomorrow?
Sure.
Perfect, thank you. If I don't come back, assume that I'm ordering. Well, I would have to pay in advance, wouldn't I? I would need to have to come back tomorrow, but I will make it.
See you tomorrow then.
See you tomorrow. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Is that it for everyone so far with this day and night then?
No. No.
Where are we going?
Well, I with the others. Hold on. There's one more idea that I have. Actually, two. The first thing is, maybe you, Arendriel, you were punching those Warforged spies earlier, right?
Mm-hmm.
Did by any chance, is there some Warforged fluid still on your blade?
Is
I asked that earlier.
I know, much earlier. Yep, I know.
Yeah, no.
Oh,
No, that's cleaned off by now.
I would say we can go to the back to the inn for now. Whatever I'm gonna do next, it's probably better if we're inside.
What do you have in mind?
I will tell you when we get there.
Well, I don't have any more to do. I feel a little lighter in this breastplate, so I'm all happy.
Great. So yeah, we would walk to the inn where we had the bar fight, basically.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot fewer people in there. Should come in. The org is just trying to still. There's still things to clean, and he's
One
like,
thing I would do on the way.
Yeah?
One thing, just one thing. Do any of you have any silver coins?
Mm-hmm.
How about you give me all of your silver and I give you gold instead? One second.
What coins?
Right. How much
Yeah.
silver do you have?
2,461.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. 2,400?
And 61.
I have 150 gold. 155. How about you give me 1,500 silver and I give you 1,500 gold?
That math doesn't check out.
150, that's what they meant. 150.
Yes, sure.
Great. Ah, this is gonna be amazing. Let's go to the inn, everybody.
We walk into the wrong rapier.
That's true. Go into the tavern.
Oh man, I'm so happy.
As you walk in, things are still getting cleaned up.
Mhm.
Instead of the window that was smashed.
Everybody stop the cleaning! 1 second.
You see the orc kind of like stops and looks over and you're like, oh, for fuck's sake.
Did any of you find any metallic piece from a warforged?
Kind of like looks around and like,
I will pay handsomely for any of the cleaners who found such a piece.
no, nobody found anything except blood from one of the guards over there.
Only the guards?
We kind of held them rather than.
Check.
Okay, well, I guess we check.
Well, Jeremy, I mean, we held them more than thought, right?
Yes, that is true. Maybe Onyx has something. I remember him lift up a shoulder plate, but he didn't take it, as far as I know.
Oh, where is Onyx?
He just went on his own ways. I'm sure he's having fun.
Like right now, it's only you three and Alara. I don't know where Linnea would be going, so.
Yeah, like, do they know that we're staying here? Did we agree on something like that?
We did not.
I don't believe we did, so.
Then we'll, if not earlier, at least meet them tomorrow morning at the Eberron. So.
Yes, worst case, we see them tomorrow morning. And I think the most natural thing might be for everyone to meet back here, since we arrived here.
Well, maybe not according to Linnea. I mean, she lives basically on a ship, right? It's her ship,
That's true.
if I recall right. So maybe
it's House Lyrendar's ship.
Yeah.
It's hers for the duration of your mission. The mission has been completed, so the ship is flying back towards. And I was going there to gather my stuff and get some things going for getting a new ship
Did you
from
tell us
my
that when you
own
went?
house.
Did you tell us that?
No, no, I
Okay,
just had
so we don't have
to
that.
move that
Okay.
way.
Okay.
Okay.
I don't know where Linnea is, but I'm sure we will see her tomorrow morning. Until then, I think we can get rooms here.
The orc kind of like, yeah.
4 rooms,
How
how much would
many?
it be?
How many rooms are you getting?
4.
Or 8 gold.
I mean,
I know that he's overcharging, right?
you sense that he is overcharging, like with intent. It's like,
I know.
you motherfuckers.
I mean,
if
do we need one room each?
No, hold on. Look, man, we can just go to another inn, but you get the money. What's the problem? No one else is gonna take these rooms tonight. You're just
11.
throwing your money away. What's the problem?
12.
12 gold? Well, we're going to another inn, everybody.
Stick yourself. Try some of the place up.
Oh, don't worry. We'll come here to drink.
He will throw the broom at you.
I mean, he will miss.
We'll see.
I mean,
I am gonna say that he is proficient in broom throwing.
yeah.
So that he's,
Of course.
Bad.
7 doesn't hit.
That's no.
So right as you close the door, you just hear the. That's the, and you're like, kind of open a little bit. You just see the broom sticking into the wood. You're like, okay.
Goed gewoon.
Well, just go to another inn that I know of, basically. The
Okay,
one that we were in last time, maybe. That was down in the south somewhere, I think.
That one has been closed, unfortunately.
Ooh, well,
If you come down to it. But you do know about the Silver Fox,
Yep, that's where we're gonna go.
which is a
Silver
bit
Fox.
more. When I say a bit, I say a lot more high end.
Seems fair that Linnea would be there after everything, because she will not go back to the orc that shouted that he doesn't like her. So she will
let's
probably
go
be
there.
at a higher establishment, being that she's a noble.
All right, that's where we're gonna go then.
Okie dokie. As you come there, it's a bit more, not so much tavern. It's more like a bit fancier inn. This is not where people come to get rowdy and bar fight and drink heavy. This is where people come to stay and still enjoy some of the good things in life. It is also expensive. And as you come in, you see a tall elf with silver hair that kind of like goes up into like almost like a mohawk, but then goes all the way back to all like he has such a long hair, it's almost goes all the way back to his ass. It is completely silver white the whole way through, and his self it has like kind of like a pale skin to him. He has like 2 gold rings in each ear, and he has this very glamorous cloak on, something you recognize. It is a cloak that is specifically meant to portray a glamorous attire.
This is definitely where Linnea would go. What the fuck?
And as you come in, he goes, Welcome to my humble abode. How can I assist?
We are looking for 4 rooms. Or do you have rooms with 2 beds in it? The 2 rooms.
I mean, anything can be accommodated, of course. Is there something specific, like 2 rooms with 2 beds, close to each other, far away?
The rooms should
what's the
be
deal?
close to each other if possible. Or do you mind?
No, I
maybe
mean,
others?
as in the bed should be close to each other, for
It
with purpose or not, or you know.
no. purpose.
2 single beds.
Normal-
2 single beds.
All right. The boring rooms, it is kind of like
I
writes it
mean-
down.
Wouldn't it be more?
2 rooms with 2 beds in each. Yes.
Yes.
Very
Erendril, Alera, you don't mind sleeping in the same room, I assume?
It's fine.
Okay.
All right. Well, that would be. Do you need any morning services?
Not personally, no.
Well, breakfast would be nice.
We have okay, well, okay.
Breakfast for each room. Very good. That would be 4 gold in total.
And I give him.
I give him 4 golds.
Okay. Let's not ruin this establishment for us.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the pay.
400 copper pieces.
Now, is there? I mean, if you here are the keys. You get like these very ordained, nice
question.
silver keys. Yes, of course, young
Your
man.
establishment seems very luxurious.
Oh, this is the best establishment in town.
We have a friend who would seek a place like this. Her name is Linnea.
Kind of like goes in his book. Would you, Linnea, would you have given your real name up in terms of staying here?
Yes, but I've also ordered that I would not be disturbed.
Good to know. You were like, we have no one of said name here, unfortunately. May I direct you to our wonderful restaurant as well?
I mean, I don't need to eat right now. What about you? Oh, you know what?
I mean, it's you didn't. Sorry, you guys told yourself.
I know, but I have the thing, so technically we can just get food without paying. Before we
say that now?
How long is the restaurant open?
Oh, it's open to around 10.
So we have some time if we want to.
We would like to wash up and get settled in a room first, if that's all right.
Yes, I think everyone would appreciate it. Thank you.
Mm.
Oh, subtle. Subtle, not
Very
so
subtle.
subtle.
Hey, I'm not that dirty.
Yeah, you go and then you're like, oh shit.
Is it, like, do they have a bathing place in here, or?
Yes, of course we have baths in the establishment. Down into the basement. Right for the ladies and left for the gentlemen.
And our rooms are.
That would be upstairs.
I see. Perfect. Thank you.
My pleasure.
You guys could come with me first, so then I can tell you about what I want to do. And then we'll see if we have the time to eat.
Come here. I'm just dragging you out of this.
And we'll just go to the room basically, and Randriel and Alara can come into our room for now.
Okay.
They're interested.
As you guys do that, Linnea, you hear in your head, terribly sorry to disturb you, my lady. Someone came at the front desk asking for your name. A very eccentric young man with a female in big plate armor and a terribly looking drow. And an elf, it seems, whom also was very quiet. They asked you about you by name. For now, I have not given up any information about you. Just wanted to let you know. They have rooms, and it basically gives you the room numbers of where they will stay.
I stand back. Thank you. Don't let them know I'm here. I'm just on some official business, and since last time, do keep care of that they don't wreck anything. The last establishment was still reeling for that last mess.
Oh my god!
Good to know, ma'am. Thank you very much. We appreciate your house's patronage. They will not know that you are here, and they have been placed on a different floor than yours.
Thank you.
Yeah,
When you have the right names and money, you can get special treatment.
Yeah, I mean, Linnea wouldn't have the boring rooms.
No.
You guys just have the casual rooms.
Yeah.
She's in the she's in the top floor.
Yeah. Okay, so we get into.
So everyone is in my and Lona's room now.
Sure.
Right. Okay.
Sure.
So, I've shown all of you this one, and I take out the scrying ball. What I have not told you yet is that Noporex is in the city here.
He is?
Yes. I want to find him, and I want to talk to him. Now, the reason that I was looking for the simulacrum spell is that it allows you to make a copy of any of us, basically. The idea would be that when we are out on adventures, what I've been told so far about Kendron Castle is that its leadership was terrible. How are we going to lead the castle if we're not there? It would likely seem not possible. And to find someone who has the skills to do this, and that might be hard enough.
That was part of the reason why Duran was sent with you. You might not have been there at the end there, but that was part of the reason why he was sent to help you assist with this. Just so you know.
I understand that. Yeah, that I understand.
Good. Just so you have that information.
But Durand wouldn't stay there forever while we're going
not
out.
Forever,
Right?
but he was sent to stay there for a period of time.
Got it.
To clean up
because you guys were having things to do in the morning. So just so you know. Yes.
Yeah. That okay. Perfect. Now, long term, when we are out adventuring, going into the moorland, whatever it is, maybe Duran can take over for a couple of weeks or months. But I think the best scenario would be if we have someone there who can run the castle and is trustworthy, and we can still go on our adventures. So my plan was that we ask Noporex if he's able to cast this simulacrum spell on one of us. I was thinking of me in this case, but I wouldn't really mind if it's anyone else who believes that their simulacrum, their copy, could lead this castle. And there's a bunch of questions I would need to ask him, which is why I researched the spell in more detail. And I do know that he does some weird things with it that aren't really in the official descriptions. But that's why I want to find him.
Okay. Well, if he's here in the city, would he be like walking freely, or?
Oh well, that's just way easier. Hold on, and I take out the take the scrying bowl and I cast scrying on Noporex, who has a -5, -10, -5. Hold on, let me just recheck. Just roll this. What does it say?
-10.
He has a -10.
Right, so it's a wisdom saving throw.
It's a wisdom saving throw.
Luckily, he has a high wisdom saving throw, but it's only a +1 since he has a -10.
He needs to roll a natural 20. Oh wait, can he roll a 19?
I mean, with a wisdom saving throw plus his proficiency bonus, it would be 10. Minus your 10, it would just be a straight roll.
Oh, what? I don't know what his stats are. I just know he has a -10 to his roll.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Like he has with his saving throw bonuses.
Yeah, okay.
With his proficiency bonus would be a +10. So in this case, that will be nullified due to the -10. So it's just a straight roll, which I'll just roll so you can see. Yeah, no.
Yeah, okay, right. That works.
Yeah.
So we scrying on him. Where is he?
He is in the headquarters of the Dark Lantern.
I think everyone can look into the ball, right?
No.
Or would it only be
you can?
Okay, so I
you
would say
casting a spell. Mm-hmm. For anyone else, it just looks like a ball, but you're like looking into it.
I would describe to everyone what I see.
Basically, you just see him sitting in a room. You see him sitting with his legs up and his arms behind his head. He's kind of like just whistling a little bit to himself. Seems to like looking around a little bit and relaxing, and then kind of like stretching. Takes out a book and starts like just reading.
Mm-hmm. Where exactly is he? Because I think me and Erendriel have been there.
He seems to be in some kind of office at the Dark Lantern's headquarters.
If you would describe it very.
Yeah, I would look around and try to find anything that could give me information on what area it might be in, if I can look out of a window to find out where it might
There's
be.
no windows. It's a room similar that he can look out of.
I would tell you guys all of this.
There's a chair, there's a table, and there's a lot of books.
Does it seem like it's in a? Is it like looking like moist, like in a cellar somewhere down?
No,
below?
Looks like a normal study room.
Like what color is it on the wallpaper? Any?
Very bland. Most of it is cobblestone, so it seems to not be one of the high-end areas. Seems to he's just been given an office purposely, probably with no access to windows, that he can just be left alone.
So while I'm scrying on him, I'm gonna tell the others, because we can just talk. Now I've seen this place. You said it's in the Dark Lantern's quarters.
headquarters seems to be in that general direction.
Okay, now is that on this island? Where exactly would that be? In which area?
That would be right where Onyx is sleeping.
Okay, where's Onyx sleeping? Just so I have a clue where it is on the map.
That would be if you're looking at the map and you look inside the castle area, then the right side of the castle area. Basically
here.
a little bit right to where Lona is.
Okay.
Yeah.
And each square is how many feet?
Each square would be. You can.
'Cause the bottom is a little weird. I think each square is like yeah, that's about half. Is 600 feet. If the bottom thing is right, that should be it.
It's about each square would be around 650 feet.
Okay. Okay, so I would. Do we have a map of road?
You're on the map of road.
Do we have one as characters?
Lona would probably have one.
Okay, then I would ask Lona to take it out.
I take it out.
Okay, I believe they are in this area here. He is. Sorry, there's no one else in the room.
Oh, that's the Lantern's headquarters.
Right now, there's two options. Either we go there and we ask to meet him, but I already did that with a male twin, and the male twin told me we need to find him. He will not give information out, and the only way he's going to meet any of us if we show that we are able to find him. Now, I am able to just cast Dimension Door when we are there, because I've now seen this place. I can teleport there immediately, and I can take any one of you. But you, for example, Arendriel, you can't go there because you haven't seen the place. So I could only take one person. That's the only idea that I have right now.
Okay.
And that's... I'm assuming that it is possible to teleport there because I'm able to scry on him in there. But well, we'll see.
I mean, I should have access. Maybe I just could walk in.
We can try and walk there, and ask to meet him. But to be completely honest, the first thing I would do is try to teleport in, just so we get there as soon as possible. He looks right now like he's reading a book for quite a while. That's what it looks like, right, Energy?
Looked like he had a lot of different books, and he was just kind of like feet up, looking around a little bit, reading a little bit. Seemed like he was.
Is there a bed in there?
No.
Okay.
So
I would actually say it is best if we hurry up now. I can keep this connection going for 10 minutes. So if we go now, we might actually arrive at or be closer, and I will know if he moved anywhere else.
But
We shouldn't waste too much time.
So if I get you right, you want to talk to...
I'm gonna stand up and start walking while you... I understand, but I think we should really go, so you can explain on the way.
So I'm gonna... Oh, okay.
Arendriel, Elara, you can come, but I probably can't teleport one of you. Only one of you, as I said.
Elara's like looking at you like, you do whatever you want.
Right.
I'm so confused by this. Do you seek this out only to have someone like to learn the spell so someone can
Start walking.
control the castle?
Wait, to have someone who can look over the castle while we're gone. Who's more trustworthy than one of us who literally listens to all of our commands?
Sure.
You ready to go?
Renril, are you coming with us?
You can only take one person, so if you go
Yeah,
with
but
Lona...
You can still come with us.
I mean, I was gonna try to just, walk in there since I can. And if it requires stealth, then I'm probably not the best one.
That is true.
But you do as you wish, of course.
I think I'm just gonna go to bed. Really, got a long day of travel ahead of us tomorrow.
Okay. Well, let's hope we don't die. See you in the morning.
See you in the morning.
And I'm gonna keep the concentration going on the crystal ball.
Oh, while we're walking there?
Yeah, I can just keep concentrating. About once a minute or once every 30 seconds, I would check if he's still in the room.
Okay.
So every now and then.
Third time you check, you don't immediately see him.
It's gonna follow him wherever it goes because I cast it on him. So wherever he goes,
Yeah. You don't see him.
Got it. Okay, continue.
On the third time, he's just like, you can see through and you're like, nothing.
Okay.
Fourth time you check, still same. It's like it's an empty room.
Mm-hmm.
But it's still in the room.
And we would just basically walk to this island here.
Okay. Well, since you're not in the...
Also, just to be fair, I realized... I'm still here. The music stopped. I thought I disconnected. I realized we couldn't have dimension doored from the top to the bottom because this is way too far. It's like 5,000 feet or something.
Yeah. You'd get closer, sure. But
but it wouldn't have mattered, so we would have just walked there. It would have taken a little longer.
I mean, compared to where you guys are and going over there, it's like a good hour or so, and it's late by now.
I mean, this is just, it's still like 1,000 feet or something if we walk.
For you guys, it would be, you guys didn't eat anything, you just put in yours, it'd be about 9.
Mm-hmm. But I don't know why this is
Which
such a
means
rush.
that Onyx would not be there yet.
Well, it is a rush because we have to leave in the morning.
Yeah.
And I have no clue if Noporex is gonna be here for how much longer. Also, whatever he needs to do, it might take some time. Better be there early than late.
Sure. Can you still see him?
I look.
As you look again, he's not there.
It appears to me there's two possibilities. Either he turned invisible because this orb would follow him around and it hasn't moved and I can't see him, or he knows that we're scrying on him and he's playing a trick. I don't know which one.
Can he know?
If he sees something invisible, he can know. He will just see the floating orb, and he's smart enough to know that that's a scrying ball. He wouldn't know who cast it. So maybe if we teleport in, we're gonna get hit by a
Frying pan.
surprise.
Oh well.
Piece surprise.
So while they are doing that, I'm just getting my room service, getting some food in.
The room service is very, very, very good. Like, it is proper good food that you get here at the restaurant. And it's like, as the server comes up with it, everything you ordered is right here, ma'am. And I can tell you that the guest who asked about you has apparently left the premise for now. 2 of them has. The other 2, the elf and the drow, is still in the building.
All right, just make sure those 2 are not the main people that you should worry about.
Of course.
Fuck.
Once again, it's very appreciated. And then she leaves the room.
You racist.
No, you guys.
No,
were, she knows that you guys were the ones that started it.
Absolute racist. You just hate
You guys are going over towards the
yeah.
headquarters. Do you check in on him again, or?
Huh?
Do you keep checking in on him?
Yeah, I would continue to. For the 10 minutes, it's gonna like run out, but for the 10 minutes, I would keep checking.
Okay. Like as you're getting fairly close, as you walk, basically as you're walking over to on the bridge towards the inland area, as you check back on him, he's there again.
Yeah.
But this time he sits on the opposite side.
Mm-hmm.
Feet up.
Okay.
Hands behind his head, looking straight at you.
I'm gonna move the scrying orb Okay, I'm gonna
You can
move
see his
it.
head, his eyes just following with that.
Right. But
slight
I'm gonna move
smile.
it. Hold on. I'm gonna move it like this, so that it says hi. Maybe he knows that.
He like looks at it and then he just goes.
And then I'm just gonna keep it right there.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Next time you try to check, it's gone.
The strength sensor?
Yep.
Okay.
As you try and cut focus, you're like, hang on.
Got it.
Seems like something cut it short.
Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, let's hope we don't blow up when we teleport in. So we'll see.
Well, you are outside of the headquarters now. Been let in. Basically, they're kind of like stopping in the sea alone and they're like, oh, just come in.
Mm-hmm. Onyx is gonna arrive here in 4 hours.
Yep. 3 hours. 4 hours, yeah, 4 hours. 4 hours.
4 hours.
He has to go through the sewers first and everything.
Yep. Yeah. So I'm gonna like walk with her to the center of this island, so that all of it is basically in this 500 feet range.
Mm-hmm.
And then I'll cast Dimension Door. Wait, what is it? 500
I
feet,
could.
yeah.
Before you do that, shouldn't I just ask to get to see him?
Huh?
It should-
Yeah, that's an option. But again, he wanted us to find him without asking others. That's what the twin told me. Now, if we don't get there by this means, we can still ask others.
Sure. I mean, yeah,
You ready?
I'm ready.
And
I don't take
Dimension Door. And I visualized the place that I saw in the scrying sensor.
All right. As you go through your dimension door and you plop into the room, and both of you like land there and you're like looking around. Do any of you have access to dark vision?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You gave us all dark vision basically when we were in the city.
I don't know why I keep asking. It doesn't even matter.
Yep.
The room is dark, so for you guys it would just be like gray.
Mm-hmm.
Sitting in the middle of the room, basically in this more or less the same way that you when the last time you saw him, and just, oh, finally, I've been waiting.
Yep. Yes, my teleportation.
Took you long enough to get here.
We've been busy.
And so I heard. Bar fighting, really?
It wasn't really a bar fight. I would.
Well, I will admit that I am a little bit intrigued. I haven't been in a bar fight since I haven't been in a bar fight.
We can do one tomorrow. I know a perfect bar for this.
Good to know. Good to know. So, how can I be of service? Oh, it should kick in any second now.
No.
And you
please
hear like 2 seconds later, you hear like claxons just going off. You recognize them immediately, Lone, as these being alarms that are set in case someone uses magic to penetrate the area.
Are
And
there
as
chairs?
all the klaxons just begins like, and like about a minute later, the door just goes open. The guard looks in and goes,
Yes.
"What the hell? They're in here!" Like then later, you see like one of the captain of the guard, which would be over your rank, comes in and looks and goes, "Ah, for fuck's sake! You know this would happen, Lona."
Okay.
I mean,
It's the headquarter. You don't think we have things set up in case someone tries to penetrate the area with magic?
Of course.
Look, I don't want any trouble, but I had to come here, and there was no way to do it in the hey, let's just go visit Noporex fashion.
I mean, it basically, as I understand it, it was a test that we had to.
It was a test. That's your excuse?
Ask him. It was a test, was it not?
You see Norfolk's listening, they're like, hey, I don't know where these guys came from. I haven't seen them. I haven't seen them at all. I have no idea who they are. And he will.
Well,
He will believe that.
well,
He like looks at you to me like, how did you know he was here?
Well,
Just-
this is actually a good point. We were scrying on him, and your alarm did not go off at all. So you should probably protect this area
what?
from scrying spells.
To that, Servant goes, hey, makes a fair point, actually.
Yeah, I mean, you
And-
can't
and-
just like you're in the dark and how many
The
things?
guard caps go,
us.
I'm tired of your shit. And before he continues, you just hear the female twin in the background goes, enough.
Mm.
Get out. And he goes, well, but you know, get out. Everyone to your stations, please. False alarm.
Beautiful.
I'm sorry for the
Yeah,
commotion,
everyone-
Elva.
Everyone begins going to their place. You see everyone just sitting there with a big smile. It's kind of like a big troll just sitting there laughing. As the Elva goes in, closes the door, and like, just make sure that we are not disturbed. Thank you. Kind of like close the door. Turns around and looks to you guys. Thank you for waking me up.
I'm sorry for the
that's,
commotion, Elva.
I was enjoying the first sleep for months, but thank you.
Elf sleep.
I'm half elf. Remember?
Okay. Well, I do apologize, but your brother told us that we had to find them ourselves.
Well, that explains why he's not sleeping in the headquarters tonight.
You know what? He's a smart man.
I'll have a talk with him. You can see she just kind of like takes out a note out and makes a little note.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't want to start a commotion, but since he kind
And
of
yet
told
you
us-
did.
Yeah. Well, I trusted that his words of, us seeking out Nofrox ourselves was.
It
To
was
be
good
fair,
here.
you did react quite fast. This is like a escape challenge. You know, everyone knows now that in case of an actual emergency, you are, let's say, a couple seconds late. But that's still pretty good.
Right. Nevertheless, I suppose you knew that they would come. You see, he's just sitting there like, I figured at some point they would show themselves. They probably have some questions. And she goes like, yeah, we all do. She, like, takes a stair and a chair, and kind of like purposely drag it along the floor.
I want chair two. How many
And
chairs?
sits there's two. Right now, Noforex is there, and she sits right next to Noforex, but just like at the corner of the table, and then she just sits there, very calm, very sitting like very
There's a table,
professional.
right?
There's a table. Yeah.
I'm gonna scooch over some of the books on the table, and I'm gonna sit on the table.
Lona's just gonna.
Not
Take-
fully on the table, but with my legs like hanging down, right? Like a normal person would sit on the table, if that's the thing.
Sure.
I would just, take a step back and just, be straight in my
Apologize.
back and looking down.
I've been walking the entire fucking day, and I just want to sit down for a little bit. So, we've been given a region over Kenran Castle, and you can correct me if I'm wrong. And I look at Elvasa. What I've heard is the leadership in the castle has been lacking, if you could say. Now, it is pretty clear that no one in our group will stay at the castle to lead it. But an idea that came to me was when I thought back of a spell that you cast, Noforex, where you created this little snow, well, actually, normal-sized snow person out of a little snow person. Now, this spell, I searched for it in the Morgrave University. After Lona told me it is called Simulacrum. And the spell can create a duplicate of any creature. With all of the creature's abilities, which would also mean that it could change, like me or you, after the casting. And it has some drawbacks. It's not as strong, you could say. But for the purposes of running a castle, while our group is out on adventures, this seemed like a perfect solution. To have someone in there who is trustworthy and capable of running the castle while we are out. Now, I understand this is a powerful spell, but there were two things in particular that I noticed that you did different. One thing is, you did not create a direct copy of yourself when you cast it. Instead, you cast it and it remained a snowman. The second thing is, you cast it within a minute maybe, and the usual casting time should take 12 hours. Another thing that I noticed is that when you cast it, any previously cast simulacrums will be destroyed. This leads to one issue, potentially, which would be if you, let's say, cast this spell on me to create a simulacrum of me, then this simulacrum would be destroyed whenever you use this spell in the future. Which would be unfortunate, because it is a good spell, and I would assume at some point in the future you would like to cast it again. But there is the option to transcribe this into a spell scroll, which will probably take some time and cost and risk. But I was, offering you a trade to help us do this. We can cover the costs of transcribing this into a spell scroll. We will probably need your help, since you're the one able to cast the spell. I would assume that you can cast it, even on a spell scroll, much faster than anyone else could. And if we have that spell scroll at that point, I could cast the spell on myself, or on Lona, or on whoever it is, to run that castle.
Is that all? I assume he got lost in the Wi-Fi wind since he's
He's having a staring contest.
yeah, more like he's having a stroke.
Oh, I think I'm back. Am I back?
Yes, you're back.
Okay. I did not hear if you said anything. That's
Kind of like looks at you for a long time. Both him and Elva does look both at you. And like, after some time, he looks over at Elva, who just stares at him. I'm gonna have to pass on that idea. Impressed. Managed to find the root, at least, of the spell. It's essentially the same, but with a few modifications. Not something I wish to share.
Well, the reason that you're sitting here is because of us. We saved your life and brought back your whole part.
Saved yours in return. As far as I'm concerned, we're even.
You have one
You
thing.
saved me, I saved you. Here we are, me as a prisoner in this prison. I'm here because I still don't know where to go. As soon as I find that out, I'm gone. Not even her can keep me here. And kind of like nods over towards Elva.
I do have something to give you in return.
Oh, what would that be?
Your blood.
Oh my god, Jeremy, you're a brilliant man!
Excuse me?
I have your
How
blood.
do you think we could scry you?
You might remember, after Adriel's death, you were still acting like a weak soldier who was in this prison. And you gave me your blood. The blood of a living person can be useful to sign something like a blood contract, obviously. Now, this might not matter if you have a common citizen, but your blood is different.
You should not take something that doesn't belong to you.
You gave it to us.
I want it back.
It's a trade.
As far as I understood it, you already have someone there to help you at the castle. Elva kind of likes. Duran is being sent to assist in terms of the administrative work. He will remain there for the time where you are not available.
Did she say that to us?
She said that just outside into the room, yeah.
Would that mean that whenever we are gone, Duran will travel all the way from Berland to Kenren and lead the castle?
For the time being, due to politics, it is best to get him outside of the city for a while, for his own protection, but still having him for his usage. And he is a brilliant administrative mind.
Do not misunderstand, but I would prefer to have someone I know in that castle. If you want Duran to lead the castle, there was no need to give it to us. If we are meant to lead the castle, then
He
this
is meant to assist.
And this would be a way he could do that. If we were not there, he would not be assisting. He would be taking over.
What Jeremy is trying to say is...
See it more like a steward. If you're not there, someone has to be. Your idea, if I'm reading this correctly, is by using this scroll and this magic provided by... You wish to have a copy of what, yourself?
For example?
You do realize that with this magic, that the creature that you create is unable to learn. It is unable to increase its skills. Meaning that if it is put in a situation of where you have not been in, has no reference point, it will not have one either, nor will it learn to get one. Said another way, it is not capable of winging it, trusting its instinct, because it doesn't have one.
From the way that I read this, Noporex knows this best, I would assume. This creature has all of the abilities that I have, all of the instincts that I have. Now,
true, but to an extent, you're both right. It has the same abilities, sure, but it is also correct that it is unable to learn. It is not another person. It is, after all, a form of an illusion. A strong one, I might add. A duplicate, but more like what you would say as a construct, perhaps. It obeys spoken command. And your spoken command could be within your wishes. Let's say that take care of this castle. However, it is a very, very broad spectrum, taking care of this castle. The simulacrum might just go on and repair it. But if someone came and said that we want lower taxes because we can't feed our children, it would be a point of reference that it does not understand. It is unable to learn. Do you think I would be here if I could make a perfect copy of myself that could also think and learn like me? No. I'd be long gone and this would be a copy. Hell, how do you know I'm not a copy? As he says that, you just hear the twin just come like, well, they do have your blood, so I suppose they do know. You see his smile kind of like fades a bit. Right. A mistake for me. Your idea, while commendable, I do not believe it would hold. I believe that I don't think it has been done before. I mean, it would be interesting to see. Just to, check how it goes.
If there's a simulacrum of myself in this castle, what it can do is it can work together with Duran. I could give his orders, for example, to listen to Duran while we're gone. In that case, there might not be a lot going on, but it would be a person or construct, however you might want to say it, in that castle who I can rely on, in the sense that if I tell him to write down notes on everything that's been happening, I will know that these notes are true. If I ask Duran, I don't know why specifically he needs to leave Road right now and go to Kenran, but I would prefer to have someone in there whose notes I can trust.
But Jeremy, that's also a very fine line. If you tell this copy of yours to listen to what he has to say, take his orders, then it wouldn't be reliable, right? It's not you that's making the commands then.
That's correct. I don't think that would be a good command to give immediately. I think it would need to be more fine-tuned.
You have to understand that the simulacrum basically means likeness, semblance, copy. You can say that if you take a beautifully made painting, and from each stroke, a perfect copy is made. To the bare eye, you wouldn't see a difference. It would be an exact copy. Scrape a little bit of that paint off. Right beneath the surface, it would be pretty clear to see which one would be the copy, which one would not. The simulacrum is used more of a illusion. What you're asking is more than just an illusion. You're asking for a direct copy, one that can think for itself, one that can work for itself, one that would follow your orders to the letter, but also in context. That's not how illusion works. If you say, manage this castle as an author, that is a broad command. And what when the simulacrum believes that it has now taken care of the castle? When its order technically runs its course. It's unable to learn. What if something happened? The castle is attacked and hit. That has no experience with this. It cannot learn. Interesting idea, young one.
Wouldn't it
Ultimately,
think?
I do not believe it's something that will work.
Wouldn't it think like Jeremy would if the castle would be attacked, and Jeremy would, think of defending it in some way? Wouldn't that?
Jeremy, have you been in a castle that has been under attack while administering said castle?
I have been in many battles, but not
That
one
was
in a
not
castle.
my question. Right, so no reference points. My point, exactly.
Well, I could cast a spell after learning about castles.
You do have a book.
I do.
There is very much difference in books and actually doing it.
Still no.
Again, it cannot learn. It has no reference point. It has your
Okay,
knowledge.
I
It has no
understand
reference point.
that it cannot
Which
learn.
means, look at it like this. If you learn something in the book, and you learn about castles. You say you have the book. Good on you that you're still learning, young ones. Something in this book say that if a tenant are to show up with this kind of problem, you should do this. That is a form of learning. Would you agree? A book
Yes.
teaching you to say, in this case, you should act in this manner.
Mhm.
Would you also agree that what the books say will happen and what happens in reality are often two different things? What we, as intelligent people, can say is that, well, what I have learned from this book is that I can take some part of it and shape it into the way that I need for this specific situation. Correct?
Correct.
That process, taking something that you have read and then make it work in a specific situation, is learning. And Yasuma Quelcom is unable to do that. Unless the specific learned situation pops up, it will not know what to do because it does not have a reference point. Keep that in mind. It cannot learn. It can use what you already know. It can use your skills. It cannot learn. If you already know 1 + 1 = 2, the Simulacrum would know if 1 + 1 is there, it must equal 2. But 1 - 1. Never heard of this one. Never seen it before. Never experienced it. Well, there's 1 and 1, so maybe it's just 1. You see my point?
Mhm.
I like the idea. I think it actually shows it's inspirational. But I can tell you this from someone who's been here a while. If powerful men and women were able to just make a pure copy of themselves to do whatever they would have done, oh, it would have been done so many times before. Probably been done all the time. Your king would probably not even be the real king. It would probably just be the copy while he is off somewhere enjoying himself, out of harm's way. Why are you staring at me that blankly? I think we lost him again.
He's like,
Oh wow, it's a big one this time.
we lost some guys. We lost them.
Oh,
Oh, there we go.
I think it was like 30 seconds ago. He said, I like the idea, but if... something like that.
He said, I like the idea, but if this was something that would be possible, and take it for someone who's been here a long time. If it was possible for all the strong leaders of the world, and in the world of the past, to just make a simulacrum of themselves, to then do whatever needed to be done while they were off somewhere safe, it would have been done many times over. And your king would probably not even be your king. The real king would be somewhere else, while the simulacrum would just sit there and do what he's been told, manage the kingdom.
Well, to be fully honest, it's not like I would know if that king is a simulacrum or not.
A fair point. I can tell you that, oh, he's real.
And from...
Elva kind of looks at him like, what? True sight, what do you expect?
And from what you said, once if someone becomes a leader, you could copy him.
No, I said if someone was a leader of a nation, of an organization or whatever, if it was possible to make a perfect replica that can do everything naturally, intelligently,
I understand.
everyone would do it, but they can't.
What I mean is, when they have acquired all of these skills to lead, wouldn't they then, even the simulacrum, be able?
No. Because if it is placed in the exact location, not similar, exact, yes, it would be able to react in a given manner. Or, depending on what kind of command it has been given, it could be that
basically all unforeseen events would
I
not
might have made a simulacrum that sits here right now, and the simulacrum is told to respond to your questions as intelligently as possible. You would actually be able to have a conversation. But should you do something that goes beyond asking the question, say get physical with it, it's outside of its orders, and that's outside of understanding, it's outside of its intelligence to put one and one together. It would just keep answering your questions intelligently, but offering no resistance. Go ahead and slap me and see what kind of resistance that would be, if you want to test. But you see my point. But you see my point, right? It can pace 1-to-1, but the context in the middle, that is not something it can learn, unfortunately. Which is why it is mostly used in terms of a illusion, trying to make sure someone follows this specific one, like making an illusion of me, for example. Or in this case, it was used offensively.
With a direct, immediate commands.
Yes. It listens to your verbal commands, which also means that as long as I could talk with it and verbally speak to it inside his head, I could keep giving it commands. That, of course, is a possibility. But I do not assume that you would be able to verbally be able to communicate with it the whole time.
Well, is there a... Do I know personally of magical items that allow you to communicate regularly telepathically?
I mean, there
with
are
other
sending
creatures?
stones and stuff like that, but telepathically, no, not really. Like, there's sending stones and stuff like that.
It doesn't need to be telepathic. The idea would be that it is whenever something comes up, whatever is on the other line could immediately say, hey, blah, 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 this is the problem, what should I do?
Depends on a lot of things. It also depends on distance. It also depends on plane of existence.
Right, the distance would be on the same plane of existence.
If other magic is interfering with it, which in the Morin land it does. There's a lot of things that goes in it. It's possible. Would it be possible in your situation? I mean, you can always chance it. It's up to you. But even you would realize that consider where you're going, gonna be fucking hard. I mean, if you can always have a direct contract with it, it makes everything easier, of course. But as I said, it has your capabilities, your mental and physical capabilities. In this case, think more of it as a tool Sorceresses use the similar kind of spell of simulacrum. Every time they cast a spell, the simulacrum will cast a repeat of said spell. So if I cast a fireball, the simulacrum will also cast a fireball. It doesn't take many smart minds to know that 2 fireballs is better than 1. So in this case, use offensively in terms of spell casting.
I think Ella needs an update in her library about this spell. I mean, there's a lot of information that was not in that locked area.
It is not that much of a known spell. That you guys have been able to figure out what it was and roughly its meanings is impressive. You could just have asked her. Kind of like points over towards Ella, who just sit there.
Mm-hmm.
Now, look, I enjoy visits as much as the next one, but I'm getting tired of being here. Why just let me take over the castle while you're gone? I'll manage it.
Elva.
I need a place to live. I have already agreed to assist this great nation. And you have my blood.
Why lead the castle? And in what way would you lead it?
My way. Within acceptable parameters.
Elva, you know Duran better than any of us in here. I think that Jeremy here is afraid of taken advantage of while having this huge responsibility of leading a castle and the area around it. Could you confirm or assure him and us that Duran would be a perfect fit for this? Or do you have anyone other in mind that could assist us in this?
Duran is one of our most trusted advisors. I wholeheartedly trust him with my life, though he's not a fighter. He is a brilliant mind, both strategically and in terms of law and information, just a sponge of information. I trust him, and I would trust him taking good care of your areas while you're not there. More so that Seraphon would probably. And he just sit there like, that's kind of rude.
That's basically what I thought too, but I haven't said it yet. I mean...
Well, I'm glad that you all are in agreement that I'm fairly not trustworthy.
Well,
Look,
the entire
you can't
point of
keep
the...
me in here forever, and this castle seems interesting. It was like, what, in an oasis of sorts?
The entire point of the simulacrum would be that I have someone there that I can trust.
I'll take a chance, trust me. Even that Elva is like,
No.
like
Coffee. Elva,
I wonder what happened in this many years for humanity and whatever the fuck you guys are to get so mistrusting.
I'm literally the same race as you.
True sight. I know what you are. And human you're not. And this time, basically, you just see the elbow. Before it happened, you just see right in the rib, and you faintly, you just hear a small crack, and that's just him going, Okay, I might have to swing that one. I think you cracked the rib. And she goes like, oh, only one? We're sending Duran with you because we trust him. Take my word for it. You trust that, at least.
I do.
He will help. He will assist.
Why is he being sent out?
He's been sent out because we fear for his life.
Why?
In the city, at least. He is the king's best advisor, both legally and in terms of, well, you saw it in there.
Lord Ruken isn't
Politically, there are movings inside the parliament who wish to remove our king. What better way to remove those that gives him the best advices? Which is why you won't be sent there alone, of course. Along with Duran, there will be others to help you. On my personal orders.
Well, I trust.
And there's already one waiting for you. Someone I don't think you will expect.
Is there a way you could connect me to Durant with either a magical item or a spell that allows me to communicate with him for him to keep us up to date on the castle? This might not be working when we're in the Mornland if the connection is failed, and we might want to sever the connection at some point.
This is something that can definitely be arranged. Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
And she's kind of like sitting there, so everyone's like, don't you have access to sending yourself? I thought you were more powerful than that.
Oh, I'm looking for something permanent.
Permanently sending. Like, hello?
Sending allows you to send 25 words, and an update on the castle should be
Then
longer.
modify the spell. Jesus, haven't you guys learned anything by now?
Well, we're trying to learn, but people like you are not willingly giving up information to teach us.
Oh, I wonder why.
Yeah, how could we learn if no one wants to teach us? That's the
Well,
thing.
to be fair, I do enjoy being the smartest one in the room. At this point,
I know
Ella just
you
kind of
do.
like looks at her and she's like an eyebrow up and like, so do I. Kind of like,
Since we are
look,
here,
Ella, I know that you're powerful and everything, but I've been around for a very long time, okay? And she just, cold aside, she just goes, yeah, and still you were dumb enough to give away your blood.
I mean, I didn't even need to say it, so.
You kind of like just sit there and you can hear like a faint wheezing from one of the ribs that kind of like has definitely been broken. He's like, right.
also, Elva, since we are here, and I guess that our mission, looking at Jeremy, have come to an end. So, I would really want to know, why is Neferox here in the first place? Why, like...
I would like to know that myself, actually. Why are you keeping me here? Or telling me to be here, I guess.
I mean, he is an arrogant ass, but he did help us in the sunken cities, so that's why I'm confused.
He's
Why?
also, excuse my words, full of shit.
Yeah, that.
And we know from reading some of the documents and the reports sent by all of you, thank you for the debriefings, that he's not who he says he is. He was very high up in the food chain of this empire that sought to dominate this land. Not just this land, also sought to dominate the divine lands, so to speak. People like that is what we would refer to as fanatics. They're dangerous. Seraphon is dangerous. He just sit there like, I'll take that as a compliment. Look, I didn't agree with them either. And she's like, I think you did. You were just sad that you weren't higher up in the food chain than you were. Well, technically, being the sole survivor now that they've killed the Demi-Lich, I am the top of the food chain. Thank you for that, by the way.
Shouldn't we be top of the food chain since we killed him, not you?
Oh, that's funny. That's funny. Look, you and your friends are still learning, and while I appreciate the help of getting me out, I don't think you know what you've done. Look, it's been real good. I kind of like he stands up. As he stands up, he's like immediately like holds his hands there to his ribs, like, oh. Now, if you, oh Jesus, if you'll excuse me, I have other places to be.
You know what? Same. There's one more
All
thing
right.
that just came to my mind, Lona.
Well, I've been reading up a lot on these different kind of books that have been laid upon me here about this land and the world that we're living in here now and everything that's going on and stuff. Eberron sucks. No offense. Actually, no, full offense. You guys suck. This is a boring land with a boring king with a parliament full of politics. I couldn't care less. It's not real power. Though I will admit, Berlin has shown his power. But now that you've lost, what, 50% or something like that of your population and the biggest city in the world and all that stuff, you're not that strong anymore. That's just a fact. How things are. Nothing personal. I'm just laying out the facts. There are other areas with other more people, more powerful, fun people that I would like to talk with. And it's not you. None of you. Why are you all acting so surprised?
We will be going to Under at some point. You can join if you're not gonna be there already.
I don't care where you're gonna go. I won't be there.
Well,
I have things that I want to explore, get my hands on. I want to see in Karnath this whole idea they have in Karnath with blood of Vol and necromancy and all this is fascinating.
Well,
Also,
I wish you good luck.
hang on, just before we leave, little present for you, I guess, or a sighting, if you will. It does require you, Elver, dear, to piss off. She just kind of like sits there. You can like, as she kind of like snaps her neck, you can just hear like the tension in her, and she's like,
I mean, telling her that would kind of give me the urge to break another rib of yours.
Do you say that or do you do it?
I say it.
I respect that. Don't care, but I respect it. Now, okay. So first of all, the first trick I want to show you, these chains. You see, like the chains he has with different kind of rooms that is attached to him. Yeah, they're not gonna work anymore. And he kind of like snaps his finger, and immediately he snaps his finger, the chain just pops off. Thank you for that. Immediately, Elva kind of like stands up, and she kind of like removes her hands from her pockets, and both of her fists are closed, so she's holding something. You just don't know what.
Mm-hmm.
But she is taking a few steps away from Servon.
I cast all person.
Go for it.
I don't want him to go. I didn't like that.
He has good wisdom saves, my friend.
Yeah.
Your DC? Oh, you haven't attuned to it yet. Your DC is not +1 yet.
So, what is your DC?
17.
Your wisdom save. It's a wisdom save, right? You can post a spell.
I'm just gonna find to just unequip it so it doesn't show wrong.
Doesn't matter. We know it's 17.
Well, If you had attuned to that one, he would have failed. He rolls a 17.
Really?
Oh, that's
I'm
fucking
kidding you.
funny.
Yeah,
I'm
I
not even
didn't have
kidding you.
time to do it. I just
I'm
like.
not even kidding you.
No, we were rushing around. Yeah, you had no time at all.
I'm not even kidding you. As you cast it, he just kind of like stand there, and then he kind of like moves his head like, really, really.
Fuck off.
Standing and looking at him, see what he's gonna do.
First, he gives you all like an elaborate bow. It has been a pleasure. As thank you for getting me free from that horrible place. Do you even realize still why I was jailed?
Well, I know some things. I know that you were considered an enemy of the state. You were arrested because you were a doppelganger and you murdered a mage trying to infiltrate the spire of Eriolarthus.
And they wanted to do some research on you to absorb or the ability of doppelganger, I
Well,
guess.
that's why
That's
they
what-
didn't kill him.
Yeah, exactly. And that's what we've been told, so that's what we know.
Yeah.
You are considered
That-
very dangerous, and they had a wonderful "do not approach" on your pamphlet, you could say. But from what I've gathered, you were an idealist. You're seen as a lowlife in your community back in the days. But you do believe people should have equal rights and opportunities. So in that aspect, we are not different.
It's good to know that the official records are still just as bad back then as they are today.
Oh, I did not say I believed everything that I read. And the last part was mostly my interpretation.
I was jailed because I tried to usurp. Got tired of the old fuck. He had no vision. Needed to be much grander. One floating city trying to take over the stars. Like, why? Why would we need to take over the realms of the gods when we could just take over everything below? He squandered an empire. You understand? A floating fortress with hundreds of thousands of much more powerful people than any one of you could even fucking imagine. Squandered it away, crashed the whole city into fucking ice. The old fool deserved to die. Except he became a lich. No, demi-lich. Mainly because he was missing this, and as you see him pulling out of his bag of holding, you do see the phylactery that you thought was destroyed.
Nice.
This is the real one. But for me, the other one you destroyed was for him. Good job on that one. Thank you for eliminating a competition. It's been many years now. And it feels good to be back. So, you're probably thinking, well, hang on. We have heard all about these things. We've read up on stuff, and we know that a demi-lich needs souls to be able to come back as... Why do you think Professor Orb wanted to? Did no one really check up on him?
How could we? We were in the caves of hunger.
Isn't his eye the Professor Orb?
Not right now.
Okay.
It is true. It was when they merged. You see, to be able to not fall into a rotten state like my predecessor, you need souls. What smarter way to have a little ball talk to you constantly, befriend you, containing all those precious. You basically brought a container full of them right to my doorstep. For that, I sincerely thank you. Don't worry, they are not good souls. Most of them. Come on now, you can't be surprised. Look. The Empire's gone. I don't... It's hard to get that back. It's gone forever. City destroyed. Thanks to you. For that, you have my respect. Which is why no one's dead. Yet. Except one. One is dead. One of your friends did die. And his soul was awfully close to that orb and myself when it happened.
Wait.
I'll
Okay.
send him your best regards.
Are you saying that this orb of yours are more powerful than the interweaving of two goddesses?
Oh, it's a soul catcher.
Yeah, and two goddesses came to save the soul.
They looked the wrong place.
All we know is that
Master Evolution, hello.
Inside check.
Roll an insight check.
Same.
Roll an insight check.
Oh, Gecko-maniac.
Even with 10 and 11, it seems like he is straight up telling you how it is, and he's doing it with arrogance and glee.
Mm-hmm.
Look, it's my specialty. I learned from the absolute best in terms of illusions. The best illusions have a kernel of truth in them. Like lies. Lies are usually also best when they have some truth to it. It's harder to detect them, because people see the truth and then they're like, okay, then the rest must be true as well. Your goddess says both the light and the dark one. While it was definitely surprising, and while it took a lot of my power to hide, that was why they couldn't bring him back. Because there wasn't anything to bring back. He was already consumed. In here.
While he's been talking this fucking bullshit, I'm casting Link Mind with Alva and like trying to
If
talk.
you cast
Is that
anything,
No, it's not.
Is that a spell?
No, it's not. It's not a spell. It's just like it's my racial.
Right, it's an ability.
Yeah,
You can just
yeah. So I just telepathically tell Alva, what do you want us to do?
You just hear back in your head. It's too late. Don't do anything. Listen and wait.
I can't contain this any longer.
Listen and wait. That's an order.
an order that I never heard. Yeah, let's go.
I like Loda visually just clench her fist and like biting her lip, almost like she's almost piercing it.
Look, I know this is disturbing. I would be disturbed too if I was in your stead. Probably dead too. Look, don't get me wrong. I do appreciate the things that you guys did. I do appreciate being back to this wonderful state. Ugh. Being in stasis for so many years, Jesus. Ugh. But I'm back, baby. Thank you. Please, believe me when I say that. Thank you. Now, before I take my grand leave, do you have any questions? Right here in the end. I'll give both of you a question each. I'll promise I will answer 100% truthfully.
That's what I'm gonna insight check.
Inside check. He seems to be honest.
Okay.
Where will we be able to find your fucking ass so we can kick it right back where it came from?
I can honestly say, you'll know when you know. I'm not gonna go quietly. Look, I'll give you this answer. Look to the skies. Floating castles will float again. One day. Soon. And you, what is your question?
Well, it's only one. It has to be a good one, right?
Of course.
I think I'll keep my question for now, and we will see each other again, and then I will ask it.
Very well. All right. Look. Don't be sad. It is what it is. There is one thing, though. You should really probably have said yes to win that. Oh. Furball piece of cat shit approached you.
Do I remember what he means? I'm
It's
fucking right now.
with the Rakshasa when he offered us.
Right, sorry. It's like, what the fuck's going on?
Yeah, he offered to bring Adriel back, but...
Yeah, I remember all of that. Don't worry, I remember all of it. Yeah.
Oh, that was trump card I did not see. And you squandered it. I was like, whoa. Oh, thank you, I guess. An enemy you know is better than one you don't. I'll do you one last favor. For everything he's done, I will make him suffer.
Is he talking about the Rakshasa?
Yes, seems like he is.
That's cool. You know, I will do you one favor.
Oh, really?
Comparably much smaller. What is your favorite food? It's been probably centuries since you've eaten your favorite food.
Why?
Does it matter if it's a favor? Let yourself be surprised for once.
Is children the wrong answer?
That would be not a good answer. But if it's the truth, then that's what it is.
Guess I will settle with
I don't want you to settle. I want you to pick your favorite.
No. I understand that it's taboo.
It is not.
Eating a baby? I'm pretty sure it is. The soul, of course. Sorry. My mistake. That sounded a little bit more grotesque than I had anticipated.
Oh boy.
A lamb. Red. Rare, please.
Oh. I'm gone. Oh, I'm back. What did he say?
A lamb. Some lamb, just a meat. Rare. As rare as it can be.
And that's exactly what I'm gonna summon with the abracadabras.
Takes it. You notice that his fingers are longer than normal and a bit more bony than normal. And takes it. Why are you giving me this?
Why not?
That's not an answer.
It seems like there's a lot of hostility in this room, and I'm not a fan of hostility. Now, it might be that one day you stand in front of us and we will have to fight to the death, but that doesn't mean that in the meantime we can't enjoy some nice food together. And I'm gonna think of something nice, which is actually cherry pie, because that cherry pie looked very nice, and now I want exactly that cherry pie. I'm gonna take that out of the abracadabras. Then I offer it to Lona and to Elvesa.
I kind of like look at it and like look at you. Make a persuasion check.
It's yeah.
Specifically for him.
Oh, sorry. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. I've been waiting the entire day to add my 1d4.
Okay.
1d4, just in case I need it.
Okay. Well, cheers then, everyone.
I eat it.
Just waiting for you guys to also begin eating it.
Yeah, I eat it. It's not the cursed one. It's not.
Elder also begin to like eat it.
Or at least I hope it's not the cursed one, because that would surprise me. Wait,
Jesus.
hold on.
Now, it's time for me to leave.
Just a question. The thing that he took up from his from his bag of holding thingy. Is it still out, or did he put it down, or like?
Put it back in.
Okay, so I saw where his bags of holding is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's just on the side.
Yeah. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. What? He got a call. Okay, so I'm gonna take this piece and be like, "Hey, cheer," or whatever, and I'm gonna throw it in his face to distract him.
To do something nice. Yes. You're ruining everything.
No, I'm gonna throw it against him just to throw him off, and then I'm gonna try to slip something in his bag of holding.
Okay. I mean, he doesn't as you throw it. He just kind of like.
No, he needs
to make an attack roll.
I'm just gonna throw it. I'm just gonna throw it to make him distracted.
It's just a D20. You don't have.
I want to put.
Yeah, roll a dex check. I think it's a dexterity check.
Just roll an attack.
Yeah. She doesn't have proficiency. It's a cake.
No proficiency in cake.
No cake weapon proficiency. You can just roll a dex, I guess.
So just a dex. It's not loading for me.
What is your dexterity modifier?
I can't see my sheet. It's not loading up.
Oh, okay.
There we go. I mean,
Yeah, that's pretty good. Is he gonna cast shield for the cake? Cake shield.
Well, I mean, he's not fast enough to get out of the way from it. But what is it you're trying? You're trying to slip something in his.
yes, I'm trying to slip a feather inside his bag of holding.
Okay. Make a sleight of hand check. Sure, I'll give you advantage. Consider that he is unfocused.
Oh my god.
Oh. What's this gonna be? The perception. Let me know what he rolls on perception. Because I can influence it.
Do you want to influence it?
Okay. I'm gonna use cutting words, but I'm gonna use it hiddenly. So I would just say,
Okay.
Oh god, how would I? I mean, does it matter what I say technically? Okay, I would just say to Lona, we were trying to have a nice meal, and I would like aggressively say this to throw him off guard, and maybe take his attention towards me. /R1d8. Oh god. Well, I tried to help.
Yeah, thank you.
You're muted.
Yeah, he's on the phone.
Oh, okay.
It was an important call.
Gotcha. Why would you do this?
Because I wanted.
Why would you do this?
I just
No.
wanted to.
No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I understand. Don't worry.
So
I'm just like trying to like I'm tossing this to.
he rolled a 13 on
my
his
god.
perception.
And you
Which would have
cut
been
it with
enough,
2.
But with cutting it with 2, he did not seem to notice that you slipped a feather in his
Yes.
back.
I'm just up in his.
He is just like taken like out of his face, like really.
I'm gonna prestidigitate his face clean.
We are going down that road of a food fight now.
I mean,
Just shows what kind of a barbarians you are in this age.
teach me, Daddy.
I will teach you this. And he kind of like makes a waving notion. I need you to make a wisdom saving throw.
We have advantage on those.
Yep.
Good.
Don't say that.
Teach me what, bitch?
As he kind of like does it, and he's still standing there. He just like,
You tried to probe me once. Didn't succeed that either. Did I know what he was trying to do?
I suppose I did.
Yeah, you know. I think.
Fair enough. Well played. And he puts his hand out to shake yours. As in, like, fair enough. Well played. Respect.
Side check.
Make it
You're gonna roll a 1 on insight and shake his hand. We both know this is gonna happen.
Yep. I'm gonna insight and I'm gonna.
Oh my god. What happened?
I mean, is he gonna try something? Possibly. Like, yeah, it's him, but he's also giving you the hand respect. But yeah, I mean, you don't have to insight everything. Like, it's a dangerous situation.
Oh. That's why I want.
Would you shake his hand or not?
I want to insight check that if he would like to do this respectfully without any foul in it or not.
You have no idea if it says in it. Could there be any foul? Yes, there could. Is it certain?
Well, you haven't earned my respect enough for me to shake your hand.
Not even giving proper respect.
I judge people by their action, not their words.
by throwing pie in their face.
Oh. It slipped my hand.
That was good pie. That was just a waste.
I know, I'm sorry, Jeremy.
And it took a charge of the abracadabras.
Shield.
Well, do you want the piece to go or not?
I believe we're done.
Right. Good luck with the blood of walls.
Goodbye. As he snaps his finger.
I counterspell. I don't. I'm kidding.
You can certainly try.
I know. That would just be really fun. I'm not gonna counterspell.
You can certainly try.
No.
It's well within your reason.
I know, but I'm not gonna do it.
As he casts a spell at this, like the 2 microseconds before he's casting it, you see that it just takes her hand out and holds it and then opens it. And you see like this fine, very, very fine diamond dust. And right as he's about to go, she just basically in his face, and you hear like what sounded like an Elvish incantation.
Can I ascertain what it might be?
She cast something, and you could see you could just hear him snap, and then you could just hear the and then snap, and he's gone. Along with
I've never seen this spell before.
Make an Arcana check.
History?
Arcana. Okay. So. But at 17, it's not a spell you've seen before. It's not something that should be used as a spell.
Mm-hmm.
From what you understand, from what you just did, with the components you just used, it is something that would be done to limit magical capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
Something that you use as a protective measure. From how she used it and the words that she spoke, you gather that if she was successful, would have just for a good measure of time limited his magical capabilities.
Mm-hmm.
From what you can feel already from standing there with the dust, actually consider how close you guys would be, and you for also putting your feather in. I need both of you to make me a intelligence saving throw.
Whoa! I was not that
I
close.
need both of you to make me an intelligence saving throw, please.
Sure.
Intelligence save is evil, except for wizards, which he is.
And artificers.
Ook zijn voor fysieke intelligence saves.
I'm gonna roll a natural 1 now. Look at this. Oh, close enough.
Right. Consider that you were not hit directly by the spell, but you were proximately hit.
Mm-hmm.
At 12 is actually enough. It was a 10 or higher. Lona, as you manage to slip the feather in, you all like get some of that dust inside you. Immediately, you begin feeling like you begin wheezing a little bit, and you're like it almost feels like something is inside of you, actively limiting you. Since you didn't get the full blunt of it, I need you to roll me a 1d20, please.
Oh, that might be terrible. That might truly be terrible.
This was the wrong time to roll this one.
Yeah, this is usually where you get the worst thing when you roll a 20.
Jesus Christ!
Oh no, what is it gonna be? Now you roll a 20, really. Now you roll a 20.
I'm cursed. I can't do anything about it.
Nice.
Okay.
Oh boy.
Okay. Luckily, we're talking hours. We're not talking days, because you are not hit by the blunt of it. But for the next 20 hours, you are limited to only be able to cast level 1 spells and cantrips.
Damn, glitterkets everywhere.
God.
I'm getting a call from my dad, so you can whine over that for a little sec. Hang on.
Woo!
I mean, we gotta travel, right?
Yeah.
Hey, everybody. Yeah, we're gonna get into a couple of fights. We're gonna travel, level 1 spells.
I mean, in the coming 20 hours, how much is gonna go on?
Does that count for the scrolls?
If you cast from scrolls, you just cast what's on a scroll. It doesn't matter what you can personally cast. So even like Erendriel could cast 9th level spell from a scroll.
No.
I'm still perplexed. None of you have asked any of the leaders about the Rask spell, though.
Oh, I'm not telling anybody.
No, you don't even know what it is. You just know it's a big.
We know a little bit. We know a little bit about the Tarask.
In terms of what you got in your system, and immediately Ella kind of looks around and she's like, I'm sorry. You shouldn't have been hit by the majority of it, but you will be limited for a certain amount of time. I know it took effect on him. I just don't know how long, but we're talking days, where he will be limited. It's not going to hold someone like him back forever, but at least it's gonna do for some time.
It's fine. It's fine, Elva. I don't feel so good.
Next time we find an orb that wants to go to a prison, we're not gonna go. I guess
You did the right thing back there. He thinks very highly of himself, and he is powerful, but he's not as powerful as you think, and especially not now for the next. Kind of like focusing. 18 days.
Well, it doesn't feel right now that we did the right thing.
Look, he's dangerous, but he was not as strong as the Lich thought. Right now, we're gonna try and figure out where he is. We're gonna send out whatever we can.
That's why I put the feather in there. I hoped that my feather could help us find him later.
You already have his blood?
Fair point.
Quite a feat.
Well,
this will help.
As soon as he gets amulet against detection and location, it does not matter.
He's not stupid now. We'll find a way. It was only a matter of time before he would leave.
How much blood do I have? Because I know I have a little in a vial.
You have like a vial, and
right,
that would be like still half of it left at least. Oh, hang on, my dad's calling again. He needs some. Right. Hang on.
Bag of Holdings, they have another dimension, right?
Yeah, it's like a pocket dimension.
Yeah. So technically, could you do a dimension travel into that? Or is that
there isn't any oxygen.
Oh.
Doesn't matter.
No,
but
if you're thinking about I will put a portal hole into my bag of holding, you create a nuke, and don't do that, because you then blow it up.
If you teleport with your bag of holding into a bag of holding, you're gone. Like, goodbye.
Yeah, and a lot of people are besides that.
But the good thing is, Nophorex would be gone too, right?
Yeah.
He would both be teleported to a random plane of existence. You would then need to use plane shift to get out of that random plane of existence, and he definitely has a spell like plane shift as a wizard that's that powerful. So he would just use that too, and then you're both out again. And you just wasted a bunch of time.
Okay.
And 2 bags of holding.
Yeah.
But if I don't have a bag of holding on me while using like plane shift or something into his bag of holding,
And theoretically it would be possible, but you wouldn't have any oxygen or way to get out.
But didn't Onyx get an item that?
It's not completely true. Creatures can breathe in the bag of holding for like 10 minutes.
Yeah. But if I recall right, Onyx got a jewelry or something that could keep him, that he could breathe anywhere.
No, it's not like you can hold your breath forever.
No,
Give
but
you oxygen.
That's just called being a warforged.
No, he got an item.
That just helps you against poison and stuff.
Oh, it was against poison.
I is here. Sorry.
Shit, I was gonna ask something. No, I forgot.
It was a matter of time before he would have left here. Due to a lot of different things, he didn't leave this place in a crater. That's a win. We're still trying to figure out what we have done. That's why we have kept him here. We have tried to research what he is.
I remember.
Yes.
Like
DM or
energy. First DM.
Okay, sure.
The scrying spell does not use up blood.
No.
Okay.
But there's still like it was full, but you see that it is a little bit less than full. So some of it has disappeared. You tell me.
Oh, you tell me. That's not how it works. I can't tell you. You tell me.
Let me say. Okay, let me.
I know. I understand. I understand.
when you take it out and you like inspect it here now, and you're like, there's a little bit less in it than there should be.
Right.
You're not sure why.
I take it out. I show it to her.
Yeah.
And I'm gonna say, if I look at this, there's a little less in it now than it was
kind of like
at the beginning.
Looks at it and she's like, I think it's because of his state of being. He's a lich. A full-blown grand lich. He is in your report. You said that our cat friend tried to give you an not alliance, but an understanding, because there was someone that it was more afraid of, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I think it was him.
I'm so confused.
But I think that the ways that you've done things, in the manner that you did it, as I understand it, there was some kind of ritual that has been in place, frozen in place, you might say, for many, many, many hundreds of years. The trigger would have set him from being where he was to full power immediately. You all ruined that. But that doesn't mean that you didn't set him free. He manipulated you, and there's no shame in this.
I'm so confused by all this. How could he fear, or how could he believe that a demon like this Rakshasa would be able to free the soul while two goddesses couldn't?
Because the Rakshasa knew it, the soul. The Rakshasa would know, being from down there, that his soul didn't go down to hell. It would know rather quickly that the reason they didn't get him back was because they looked the wrong place. Remember, this is not two goddesses, this was the champions of goddesses. Not that that's
guided by the goddesses, right?
Absolutely, yes. I realize that, and you're right, but
What I understand, even if there is goddesses or a god in the works, there's still a chance of failure.
Of course it is, but
Now,
as far as
could be it.
Literally,
That could be it.
yes, but as far as Nafarex put it out, he was going to dispatch this Rakshasa because he thought he was
full
powerful.
strength. When you met him, he was weak. He was nothing. He might have played more weaker than he was, but he was not with a certain stone. He was weak. Hang on, this should be the last call. Sorry.
All good, don't worry.
There we go. He was not at full strength. That's why you feared him. And your respective goddesses didn't know where to look. They're not all seeing. Especially not with how the Veil is acting up. They are still trying to, especially those two, to gain a full presence in this world.
Yeah.
And as he said, he's a master illusionist.
I'm sure we will run into him at some point.
I am sure of that as well. He will be limited for time.
If you had told me that before, I would have stopped him from escaping. We could have fought him right here.
I agree. Unfortunately, what I was afraid of was that it would not succeed. There is still a chance, you see, even with the strong a spell and powder as this,
I see.
that he would have saved his resistance.
Well, and in that case, he would have.
In that case, we would be dead.
And there would be a big city around him.
Yeah. I needed to make sure that he left, but at the same time was limited. It was a gamble. It's what I work with.
Well, to be.
You'll definitely spend time with him again, yes.
I would like to go to sleep.
Yes, of course.
But,
Look,
yes.
we will do whatever we can to assist. Duran will be sent to you with the castle. We will have some time where Seraphon will probably hide, especially now that he is limited. Severely limited. Unfortunately, one of your compatriots is also for the next day at least. We have time. And we have an idea of I wish the rest of your people were here as well, because this is important information.
Well, I mean, I know where two of them are.
We have
tell us in
found
the morning.
with scouts, espionage, help from our new friends in different houses. We have found 2 more crashed down flying cities.
Oh god. Oh no.
They have been emptied, secured for as much as that is possible for their respective positions. In both of them, we found a substance, some machinery, arcane spell that, when triggered in a certain way, released a very distinct white fog. I suppose you see where I'm going with this.
What a coincidence.
What a coincidence. Indeed. Look, the mercenary that was used near the Moonland, the big guy in the black armor. Before they turned rogue, they did manage to bring back some, on our behest, some information, some documents that proves that in the top government of the old Galifar, they had found this city a long time ago, during the war, and they were actively using their research there to help themselves in the war. Something went wrong. We don't know if it was sabotage, if it was a failed experiment, whatever it was. But this death fog, this Moonland presence, we think it comes from this empire. We think this is their ultimate weapon to pacify nations, to make sure no one rose up against them, because if they did, then the whole cities, countries would be laid to rest. What we thought that this would be a demon that sort of turned out to be just human greed, xenophobia, and research, from what we can tell. But keep in mind, the powers used in this, there's a reason why they were not shying away from using undead. And so why Seraphon believes Blood of All and Kalastar is a great place to be. Some reports indicate that, but we cannot verify it. But some reports indicate that they did indeed sabotage Galifar. They knew what they sabotaged, and instead of stopping this mass weapon, they just simply blew it up in the enemy's own backyard. This is speculation, but I don't think it's very far from the truth, if I'm honest with you. Before all of you leave tomorrow, I will make sure to meet you at the caravan. Give you everything I can in terms of information, everything that we know, everything that we learned from Seraphon here as well.
I do have 2 questions. Or
Yes.
one? I forgot. Definitely one. Which in turn of recent events is somewhat unimportant, I suppose. Before we leave, I will need to buy items from Baylor's and Guilford's goods for the castle. But I have completely run out of money. So the funds which we were given, the 100,000 gold, I will need parts of those, preferably tonight or tomorrow morning.
If it is for the city, kind of like goes into one of her books, write a little message, signature, and she takes out a seal, whacks it a little bit, and then burns it in and closes it together. Bring this to them.
Okay. We're going shopping, everybody. Everything's for free. I'm kidding.
Take for the city.
Everything is for free.
Get dressed.
Yeah,
You'll
okay.
need it.
I mean, yeah, that's it.
And see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
Again, sorry for what transpired here tonight, Alva.
It was bound to happen at some point. To know that we have people in our ranks who are smart enough to get both the blood and smuggle in a feather in the back of a lich.
And it's not only an ordinary
There's
feather.
a reason he reacted why he did. He was scared. You can do a lot of things with someone's blood. A lot of things.
Well,
This
if you say
feather
that.
you say is not normal. What is it with this feather?
Do you remember the story I told you about when I got this sword and when Saloon reached out to me? I was led to the sword by this owl. And this owl helped me to survive that night. This feather was from that owl. It dropped it as it disappeared. And I've kept it close, and something in me said that it had some magical properties. Of what, I don't know. But since I held it there, I thought that maybe it could be of aid to, track him down or limit him in some ways.
If indeed this owl was sent from Saloon herself. Yeah. Then he might just be carrying around a piece of her godhood without even knowing it. Piece of her divinity.
One
I
more
wanted
thing.
to make sure that the feather landed together with this core of he. I don't know what he called it. But the thing that he held there.
Phylactery, but you have to remember that in terms of a bag like that, each item is basically in its own pocket dimension.
Sure, but it is there.
But nonetheless, something like that, even placed there, it could be traced. He might have an amulet that can prohibit scribing, as you said.
Mhm.
But with blood and an item that distinct, even an item of even an amulet like that might not even help him. So good work, both of you.
Since we will be, running errands elsewhere, I think this blood will definitely be useful to you. I think just in case he tracks us, it could be useful to have a little of it on me. But I think you should get at least half of it for whatever experiments you might want to run.
I have an idea. She takes out 2 vials.
Mm-hmm.
And then puts them in there. And as you're standing there, she basically just lifts her finger a little bit, make a drawing. You see half of the blood in the vial that it's already in goes floats up in the air, and half of that goes into one, and the other half into another. So there's basically now 3 vials with a bit of blood in each.
I will keep third.
This one, yes. These 2. We can find some usage.
Perfect.
Good work, both of you. And do not feel like you make a mistake. I do not believe you did. You gave what we need. Time. Time to prepare. Time to be stronger. Time to learn.
Okay.
Go sleep. You deserve it.
Oh, we need it.
We will make sure that there's an agent for each of your companions. Once we find the last one, Onyx has been missing for a little while. Managed to get away from our agent. The others we know where are, and we'll make sure that they will be brought to the caravan when needed. I'm sure Onyx will show up.
He always turns up.
Good.
Okay.
And what is it now? It's about a few hours to midnight, so we'll see.
I was hoping we would go out and stumble upon it sneaking in the cobblestone.
You came here around 9, and this is taking about an hour in terms of conversation-wise.
Yeah. Okay.
Right now, he's just sitting and waiting for a poor kid.
Oh my god.
I would just be walking back to the inn now and.
Lydia is just.
I'm kidding. Not.
Lydia's just chilling with her room service and Red Rail and Hockey. Oh, sorry. Lara is just. Yeah. Jesus, what a night.
Oh,
At least
boy.
we're gonna sleep well, Jeremy. We have nice pets waiting for us.
Ah, shit, I just thought of another thing I need to do.
Oh no, why? Can it wait till tomorrow?
Probably. Yes, it can. And I think the museum is closed anyway, so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, guys. That's where we're gonna end off today.
Right.
It was a little bit spread out. Through things. I'm sorry for if some of you felt like, oh, I just sat and listened the whole time. I guess that can happen. But yeah, with some of the things you guys have done, some of the choices that you've made, and some of the things that you did during the time in that hellhole, freezing cold hellhole, well, worked both for your advantage and against you. Lamanso, in terms of the decision with Adriel, let's say like this. Should you at any point think, I wonder what happened to him? His soul doesn't barely exist anymore. Just so you know. It is consumed in terms of this lich who is now having him inside somewhere.
But it
when
still
he
exists,
died-
right?
Barely. But yeah, there's still a essence. When Adriel died and his soul was not brought back to his physical body, the bowl, which has been designed by Seraphim himself, basically snatched that. And well, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but several of those enemies you have, like none of the enemies you have met, and also some of the allies hasn't really been given an option to be brought back. Mainly because you guys had a ball at half the time sticking on the head, being out in the open.
Oh no, I had
Every
him on
time
my
you
head.
kill-
No.
That every time you kill someone, that soul. Yeah.
Nice.
But every time you had it in the bag of holding, there's nothing it could do, which is also why it took so long time for the ball, because it wasn't full power as I was hoping, since you did put it in the bag of holding for lots of time. Was that a good choice? Yeah, it was, unknowingly.
Or if you would have just kicked that thing out in the eyes and be like, no.
When you guys seriously talked about that at some point and just leaving it, I was like, well, damn, yeah, that would change a lot. Like, yeah, that have you done that, then the story right now would be different. Yeah.
And if you would have freed Xeraphon back then without the ball,
He would have been freed in his very, very poor, sorry state, unable to become what he is now. He would have been forever a weak little man that he should be, but, you know, has made sure that he's no longer.
Very nice.
I
Can we assume that we get a long rest, or is something gonna happen potentially?
Yes.
during that?
Everyone gets a long
Okay.
rest. The only one who will get a little bit exhausted is Onyx because he decided to sleep on the cobblestone. Actually, well, you know what?
Little
I'm
storm.
gonna roll to
Actually,
see
also
if
he's
they are
afraid
gonna
of the
get
sky.
Elva.
He's afraid of the sky too.
11. Okay. The guard would have brought Elva, who would have come out like tired eyes and be like, Onyx. If she would have offered you a bed inside, would you have taken it and then said, I will talk to you in the morning?
Yeah.
Okay.
What?
Then remove your
Reasonable?
exhaustion.
What is this? What
You
is
can remove
this?
your exhaustion. You will sleep in one of the barrack bunks, and she said, I promise. We'll talk in the morning.
I can't believe it.
And she'll just say to you, I've had a long night. She did manage to crack a rib on a... That was also the first hint. Like, he's physically not very stable. Mentally extremely strong, but physically he's a little weak.
That's why I asked it. Like, what should we do? Should I just blast him with something, or?
No, I mean, as weak as he is physically, twice as strong he is mentally. Like he's strong. He's quite strong.
I'm not sure you want to fight a lich in a city.
Like your
those
wisdom's
people.
28 save. Like that was close.
What may I ask what he's trying to do? I should know, right?
He was sending you to a different plane.
Oh. I was like, no.
Yeah, no, he would have sent you to a different plane.
Boy. Well, you did have plane shift on a spell scroll, so that's helpful, but still. It's good to
Oh,
know.
you're like, hello.
Yes, Lemon, so that's a good question. Yeah, Linnea would be leveled up to the party's level of level 9. Yes.
Oh, you were.
You are free to level her up.
Ah, okay.
Absolutely.
well,
Abracadabra system.
Because usually it's. I think the last time we did it.